Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents the adventures of Superman.
Today, as our story opens, Superman himself, defender of truth and tolerance, faces a serious charge. A charge of treason against the government of the United States. But wait, listen. Young Jimmy Olsen, cub reporter on the Metropolis Daily Planet, is idly scanning the lines of a news flash coming in over the American Press teletype when suddenly he stiffens. He looks up just as Lois Lane, girl reporter on the paper, passes the door of the teletype room.
Miss Lane! Miss Lane, come here.
I'm busy, Jimmy. I'll tell
Sleep the lizards. Come here, quick.
Good heavens. What's the matter?
Read what's coming in on the machine.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation today swore out a warrant for the arrest of Superman in... Oh, no.
How about that?
Quickly, Jim. Tear it out of the machine and get it to the chief. But fast.
Well, it's kind of tough to buckle down to schoolwork, sure. But you've got to do it to be smart. And you can start being smart right at breakfast with a Superman helping of Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Sure, you're smart to eat Pep, because it tastes so terrific, it's fun to eat. So instead of starting off to school like this, you're bubbling over with fun like this. That's the idea. So tomorrow, pour out a whopping big bowl full of Kellogg's Pep, a Superman helping. Cover those crisp flakes of good whole wheat with plenty of milk or cream. Dust them with sugar and dig in. Good? Why, you'll make that Pep disappear like this. Well, maybe not that fast. But honestly, those flakes of Pep are so sweet and so crunchy and so downright good, they're super delicious. Yes, sir, Pep's a real breakfast cereal. And say, Pep Help gives you the energy you need to get the most out of your schoolwork and your fun after school. So how about it? Tomorrow, every morning, make sure you eat plenty of those sunny flakes of good whole wheat. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As we rejoin Lois and Jimmy now, they have just burst into the private office of Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet.
Chief, read this. It just came in on the American Press teletype.
The idea of barging into my office without knocking. Didn't
There
anybody
wasn't time, Chief. Here, read
Close
this.
that door. There's a draft.
Close it, Jimmy, will you? Chief, will you read this, please?
Read what?
This wire flash. It just came in.
Where are my glasses?
Where'd you put them?
If I knew where I put them, you dimwit, I'd know where to find them.
Chief, you've got to read this quickly. There's no time to wait.
How can I read it without my glasses?
Well, don't shout at me.
Who's shouting at you?
You are.
I am not.
Why don't you read it to him, Miss Lane?
Well, that's the first intelligent suggestion I've ever heard you make, Olson.
Gee, thanks.
Well, go ahead, read it, Lois. What to say?
Well, hold on to your chair.
Never mind about my chair. Read it.
Okay. The Federal Bureau of Investigation today swore out a warrant for the arrest of Superman in connection with...
Now, if this is your idea of a gag, Lois.
It's no gag,
Honest,
Chief.
Chief, I saw it come in on the machine.
A federal warrant for Superman's arrest.
That's what it looks like. A warrant for the arrest of Superman in connection with an offense against national security.
They're crazy. They're out of their minds.
Whether they are or not, it's still a page one story.
Oh, where's Kent?
I saw him go out a little while ago.
Oh, why is it he's never around when I need him? Why?
What do you
Why?
need him for? I can handle it.
Okay. Olson.
Yes, sir?
You get back to the teletype room and see if there's a follow-up on that flash.
Right.
And report to me as soon as you get something.
You bet. Hi, Jim. Oh, hi, Mr. Kent. Chief looking for you.
Oh, really? Something up?
Yes, Mr. Kent. Something is
Come
up.
in and close the door. Oh, what's all the excitement?
Here, Clark, read this.
Federal Bureau Investigation warrant for arrest of Superman.
What?
Oh, read the rest.
Connection with offense against national security.
Is this someone's idea of a gag? That's exactly what I said.
And I repeat, it's no gag. Jimmy and I saw it come over the American Press wire.
Offense against national security?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
Neither do we. Now, listen. You get on the phone to FBI headquarters in Washington. And No, never mind. Skip the phone. Get on the first plane out of Metropolis.
I won't need a plane.
What do you mean you won't need a plane? I want you to fly to Washington.
Yeah, I know. I'll see you later.
Now, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Find out what this is all about. So long.
Striding swiftly through the editorial department, Clark Kent steps into an empty storeroom and locks the door behind him. Then, peeling off his street clothes and removing his horn-rimmed glasses, he stands revealed in the startling red cape and blue costume of Superman. Stepping to a window, he raises it quickly, and then... Up, and away! Leaping high into the noonday sky, Superman takes a bearing from the sun, and then, like a giant red and blue arrow, streaks southward toward Washington, his brilliant cape streaming in the wind. A short time later, he's in a private FBI office with Charles Miller, a special agent, and an unidentified Army officer wearing the wings of a colonel and the military intelligence insignia. Miller speaks.
I want you to know, Superman, that we appreciate your having come in of your own accord. Serving a warrant on you might have been a little difficult.
May I ask why you considered it necessary to issue a warrant at all? Whatever it is you want me for, don't you think a simple request for my appearance would have been enough?
This happens to be a very serious matter.
I don't think we've been introduced, Colonel.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Colonel Reed of Military Intelligence.
Oh. How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Now, as for the reason for issuing a warrant...
Well, never mind that now. The damage, whatever it is, has been done. What do you want?
Colonel Reed would like to ask...
Well, I'm sure the Colonel can speak for himself, Mr. Miller.
You're quite right. And the first thing I'd like to suggest is that you change your attitude.
What? Change my attitude?
Yes. As I mentioned a moment ago, the charge against you happens to be of a serious nature.
What charge?
You are accused of an offense against national security. An offense which in time of war would be considered high treason.
You know, this is really becoming quite humorous.
There's nothing humorous about another war, Superman.
What? And particularly now. As General Eisenhower said recently, if there's another war, the Earth and all the people on it will suffer the greatest disaster and catastrophe that man has ever known.
Well, he's right. Everyone knows that. And no one wants war.
Naturally.
Well, then what's this all about? Why all this talk of war? Why don't we all use the same energy in working for peace?
That's exactly what we're doing.
Yes. It's in an effort to guard against war that we find it necessary to question you, Superman.
Me? What have I done?
Suppose you tell us. Suppose you tell us all you know about a secret aerial rocket.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me. What do you know about a secret rocket capable of traveling unlimited distances through space? A rocket 1,000 times more powerful than the German V-2. And now being offered for sale to a foreign power which is not a member of the United Nations.
Well, I don't know a thing about it.
You deny having any knowledge of this rocket?
Well, I most certainly do.
Well, perhaps it might refresh your memory if I told you this rocket has a very interesting name.
Oh, has it?
Yes. It's called the Superman rocket.
Well, what does that prove?
That in itself proves nothing. But we have evidence that leads us to believe that you were responsible for designing the Superman rocket.
Stunned and unable to believe his ears, Superman stares in wide-eyed amazement at Colonel Reed and Special Agent Miller. For some strange and unknown reason, he feels trapped and helpless, caught in a monstrous web of circumstance. Is it possible he does know something about the secret rocket? The answer is yes, and we'll learn why in just a moment when we return for the exciting climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
Say, are you one of those grouches when you wake up in the morning, all frowns like this? Then I doubt if you know about Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. Such fun to eat that it makes you more fun. Sure, once you taste those wonderful crisp flakes of good whole wheat, once you know they're waiting for you downstairs, you'll wake up with a smile like this. Yes, sir. You'll be out of bed in a flash. And down those steps in a hurry. Whoa, hold everything. We've stopped right at the Pep package. You fill up your bowl with those golden crisp flakes. A Superman helping. You float them in milk or cream. Crown them with sugar. And you've really got a breakfast treat. Just taste for yourself how every single bite is brimful of sweetness and flavor and crunchy goodness. Yes, Pep is super delicious. You'll give every spoonful a brand new welcome. Just the kind of breakfast cereal to start your day off right with a cheerful smile inside and out. And don't forget, Kellogg's Pep helps give you that energy you need. Enjoy energy that you will help make you shine at school. And energy to help you at play, because Pep is packed with get up and go. So tomorrow, every morning, make sure you eat plenty of those sunny flakes of good whole wheat. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman.
And now, back to the exciting adventures of Superman. Accused by Colonel Reed of being responsible for the design of a new secret aerial rocket bearing his name, Superman, alone with Colonel Reed and Special Agent Miller in an office of the FBI, has been struck speechless. Colonel Reed finally breaks the tense silence.
Superman, suppose you tell Mr. Miller and me all you know about it.
You might just as well, Superman.
But this is incredible. It's like a bad dream. Do you two men really believe I had anything to do with a rocket being offered for sale to a foreign government? Well, do you?
Well, it doesn't seem possible.
Well, in view of your previous service to the country, I must say it's a little hard to take. But we have the evidence.
What evidence?
The name of the rocket.
Oh, anyone could have used my name.
Plus a letter to a foreign agent in which it is stated that this rocket is based on an original design of a rocket belonging to you.
Would you repeat that, please?
We have a letter, or at least Mr. Miller has, written to a foreign agent offering the rocket for sale. In the letter, it is clearly stated that the rocket being offered is based on an original design of a rocket belonging to Superman.
A rocket belonging to Superman?
Did you ever design an aerial rocket?
Design one? No, of course not.
Well, you don't seem quite sure.
Well, I'm trying to think.
Well, certainly you'd know whether or not you designed a rocket. After all, things like that...
Wait.
Well?
It could be.
What could be?
The rocket. The one you said was mentioned in the letter.
Well, what about it?
It could be my rocket.
Then you did design one.
No, but it could still be mine. It could still be the Superman rocket.
Strangely, almost mysteriously, Superman admits that the rocket mentioned in the letter to the foreign agent might be his. What does he mean? Fellows and girls, this is only the beginning of one of Superman's most unusual adventures. Only the beginning of a puzzling mystery that day by day becomes more thrilling and more exciting. So don't miss a single episode. Tune in again tomorrow, same time, same station, when we learn what Superman meant when he said,
It could still be mine. It could still be the Superman rocket.
Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, how'd you like Harold Teen and Lillums or the Gumps tattooed on your shirt or blouse or jacket? Easy? You bet. There are color transfers, and you get them only as a prize with Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. Just press on with a hot iron, and they're on to stay through lots of washings. Fun to wear. No wonder they're the fad. 6 famous comic characters in this new series, each almost 4 inches high. You'll want them all. So get started right away. Just look for your prize in every package of Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. That's Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look!
Up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents the adventures of Superman.
Today, Superman, accused of treason against the national security of the United States, attempts to explain his connection with a new and secret aerial rocket.
You say this aerial rocket is now being offered to a foreign government, Colonel Reed?
Yes, and according to a letter in our possession, a letter written to an agent of the foreign government, your name is mentioned in connection with the rocket. In fact, it's called the Superman rocket.
But that's impossible. I've never had anything to do with rockets.
The letter states that the rocket being offered for sale is based on an original design of a rocket owned by you.
A rocket owned by me?
Yes. Do you deny it?
Well, of course I deny it. Do you think for one moment that if I did own an aerial rocket of any value that... Wait. I just thought of something. Yes, you're right. I did own a rocket. A Superman rocket.
Now, before another minute passes, let's get the latest angle from a new quarter. You've all run foot races at school or with the gang, haven't you? But did you ever get off to a bad start? You tripped or something? Pretty big handicap, wasn't it? Well, it's the same way with your day if you have a breakfast that doesn't click in the taste department. Your day gets started wrong. But notice the difference when you sit down to a breakfast of Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. It's such fun to eat that it makes you more fun. Notice how cheerful Pep looks. Crisp, sunny flakes of good whole wheat, golden in milk or cream, and frosty with sugar. One look, and you'll be grabbing for your spoon. Then notice how swell that Pep tastes. Crunchy and sweet and loaded with catchy flavor. It's super delicious. And when you've finished up that Pep, you've got a swell feeling. You've got a happy start on your day. Kellogg's Pep helps to give you energy, too. Helps keep you going through the day because Pep is full of get up and go. So tomorrow, every morning, eat a Superman helping of Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Appearing in Washington in response to a federal warrant for his arrest, Superman found himself being accused of negotiating with the foreign government for the sale of a new and secret aerial rocket known as the Superman rocket. At first, he denied the charge, but then, suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Turning to Colonel Reed, the military intelligence officer who had been questioning him, he said,
Yes, Colonel Reed, you're right. I did own a rocket, a Superman rocket.
Then you admit the charges against you.
I admit nothing. You tell me a letter written to a foreign agent mentioned a Superman rocket.
Yes, and you admitted owning such a rocket. Any attempt to deny it now will only...
Just a minute, please. I'm not denying it, but I'm not admitting to any charges of treason.
But if you admit owning the rocket...
But I haven't seen it in 35 years.
What was that?
I said I haven't seen the rocket I'm talking about in 35 years.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
No, probably not. But I'm going to clear it all up for you by telling you a strange story. The story of how I happened to come to Earth. I'm going to ask you to make use of your imagination and come with me on a far journey, millions of miles from the Earth, where once the planet Krypton shone like a green star in the endless heavens. Here, civilization was far advanced. It had brought forth a race of supermen, men and women like ourselves, but advanced to the absolute peak of human perfection. As we near Krypton, we see high walls and gleaming turrets. We approach the magnificent Temple of Wisdom with its dome of pure crystal shimmering like a diamond in the sun. Inside the temple, in a great marble hall, Jor-El, Krypton's leading man of science, is about to address a special meeting of the planet's governing council. White-bearded Roseanne, supreme leader of the council, is calling for order.
Attention, gentlemen. Attention, please. Members of the governing council, you have been summoned here on urgent business. As you are well aware, Krypton has been experiencing some strange phenomena. Only last week on the full moon, a great tidal wave threatened to engulf this city. There have been mysterious quakes and eruptions, some of which have done great damage. Since the safety and welfare of our people is the responsibility of the Council, I therefore, as your supreme leader, requested Jor-El, our brilliant young scientist, to investigate these phenomena and to determine, if possible, their cause. He is here with me on the platform, ready to deliver his report. Gentlemen, Jor-El speaks.
Members of the Governing Council, I have completed my solar calculations, and much as I dread uttering these fateful words, I have come to the conclusion that Krypton is doomed.
Gentlemen, hear him out, please. Proceed, Jor-El.
These internal quakes we've been experiencing, these volcanic eruptions, the giant tidal wave Roseanne mentioned, all point to only one thing. The planet Krypton is utterly and finally doomed.
Gentlemen, please. There is no cause for alarm. I am certain Jor-El can explain these strange utterances.
There is nothing to explain, Roseanne. Do you think I bring you this news gladly? Believe me, I wish with every fiber of my being that I were the bearer of more pleasant tidings, but unfortunately I'm not. I've worked long into the night for many nights, and there is no other conclusion that can be reached.
Could it be there exists some error in your calculations, Jor-El?
No, Roseanne, there is no error. I've checked and rechecked a dozen times. The result is always the same.
Namely, that Krypton is doomed.
Yes. The sun is gradually drawing Krypton closer to it. Within a month, possibly a week, maybe even a matter of days, the gravitational pull will be so tremendous that Krypton will not be able to weather the strain. And then our great planet will explode like a giant bubble, destroying every living thing on it.
Gentlemen, one moment, please. Now, Jor-El, assuming for the moment that what you say is true, how are we to avoid this horrible catastrophe facing us? How can we stop it?
We cannot stop it, Roseanne. It is a force of nature that even we who are supermen are powerless to prevent. But we can escape.
Escape? What do you mean?
As you know, I've been working these many months on a model of a spaceship, an aerial rocket, which in its final form is designed to carry the entire population of Krypton to another planet. The model of the spaceship is almost completed, and within a day or two I intend launching it on a test flight. If the flight is successful, which I am certain it will be, and if you will assign to me 1,000 skilled workmen, I will construct a full-size spaceship before the end comes.
It is all well and good to speak of spaceships and aerial rockets, Jor-El. But where would we go? To what planet would we transport the population of Krypton?
To the planet Earth. My studies tell me this planet has an atmosphere almost identical with our own.
Jor-El, you have been working too hard. You need a rest. Believe me, we have the utmost respect for your knowledge and integrity. But this is too much. Planets as large as Krypton do not explode like bubbles.
Wait, you hear that?
I hear only a distant thunder.
It's not thunder, Roseanne. It's an eternal eruption. Gas exploding in giant pockets. You're listening to the forewarning of doom. Quakes like that are sounding the death knell of Krypton. It will happen and happen soon. When the last great eruption comes...
When it comes, Jor-El, we will all be ready for it.
Very well, laugh if you wish. Roseanne and you members of the council, I have no time to laugh. My wife Lara and my infant son are dear to me. It's not my intention to stand by and see them destroyed. Remember what I said, gentlemen, when Krypton is shattered into 1,000 million pieces. When the glorious civilization we've built is no more. When you and your families are swept from the face of Krypton like dust.
They pale and trembling, the veins of his neck standing out like whipcords. Jor-El screams a final warning to the members of the governing council, only to have it greeted by raucous laughter and mocking boos. We'll be back in a moment for the tense and gripping climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
When you get home from school, you've got an afternoon of fun to look forward to. Now, you don't want to be left out of anything. You want to be right in there pitching. So listen. Before you go out for the afternoon, grab a snack of Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. It'll help give you the energy you need to get the most out of your fun. So hop into the kitchen, pour out a helping of Pep, fill up the bowl with milk, sprinkle them with sugar, and shovel them down. Yes, sir. And you won't leave a single bite in that bowl either. Those crisp flakes of good whole wheat are just too swell tasting to leave. They're super delicious. Then go on out and see if that snack of Pep hasn't helped you to enjoy yourself more. Pep helps replace the energy you burn up so fast in games because it's chock full of get up and go. Yes, Pep is good for you with an extra amount of energy vitamin B1 plus sunshine vitamin D that helps build strong bones and teeth. And at every breakfast and after school, make sure you eat plenty of those golden whole wheat flakes. Kellogg's Pep, the sunshine cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. Super, as in Superman.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Telling the dramatic story of how he came to Earth, Superman has arrived at the point where Jor-El, his father, had issued a final warning to the members of the Krypton Governing Council, only to have it greeted by raucous laughter and booing. As we continue now, Roseanne, white-bearded leader of the council, is sounding the gavel for order.
Order, gentlemen. Order, please. Members of the Governing Council, you've heard Jor-El speak. Is it your wish that we devote time and energy to build a spaceship in order, as Jor-El suggests, that the entire population of Krypton be transported to the planet known as Earth? No! Those in favor, say aye. The Council has spoken, Jor-El.
Yes. And signed the death warrant of every living thing on Krypton. There remains only one thing for me to do, prepare for the salvation of my wife, Lara, my infant son, and myself. As for the rest of you, may God have mercy on your souls.
Stepping down from the platform, Jor-El leaves the Temple of Wisdom with the mocking laughter of the council members ringing in his ears. In tomorrow's exciting episode, we learn how he attempts to save the lives of his wife, his son, and himself, but fails. Don't miss tomorrow's episode to learn the amazing story of how Superman came to Earth. Be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Know what? You can sport Andy Gump, Min, Harold Teen, Lillums, and others right on your T-shirt, jackets, and blouses. How? Easy. Look for the color transfer in each package of Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. 6 in the new series, each almost 4 inches high. Simply press them on with a hot iron, and they'll stay on through lots of washings. Fun to wear, fun to trade. Start your collection today. There's nothing to send in. Just look for your prize in every package of that sweet-as-a-nut cereal, Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super, as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal.
Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman.
Today, Superman, accused by the FBI and military intelligence of sponsoring a new and secret aerial rocket that threatens world peace, explains his connection with the mysterious spaceship by revealing the strange story of how he came to Earth.
To provide escape for the people of Krypton from what he knew was certain doom, my father, Jor-El, conceived the idea and design for a spaceship capable of interplanetary travel.
Well, why didn't his people take advantage of that, Superman?
Because they didn't believe him, Colonel Reed. The governing council mocked him and laughed when he pleaded with them to let him build a spaceship large enough to transport the entire population of Krypton to Earth. So he left the council meeting in the Temple of Wisdom, determined to save at least 3 lives. Mine, my mother's, and his own. As for the others, all he could say was,
"May God have mercy on their souls."
Now, before another minute passes, let's get the latest angle from a new quarter. Tonight, we're happy to have John Cuthbert, Eastern representative of the National Safety Council, as our guest. Mr. Cuthbert, I understand you have some good news for Superman, who is here to meet you right now.
Yes, indeed I have, Mr. Paul. About a year ago, Superman, through the courtesy of Kellogg's Pep, contributed his services to the Green Cross for Safety, made a series of transcribed radio announcements on child safety. These announcements were so good that to date, 441 radio stations have given free time to them. Undoubtedly, they've helped save many a life. And so I'm happy to present this award of merit for exceptional service to safety to you, Superman. Right now, thousands of safety leaders throughout the nation are planning to tackle the accident problem again at our 35th National Safety Congress in Chicago next week. Thanks for a super job, Superman.
Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. We're glad to have been of help to the National Safety Council in its fine work. And I hope the Council's 35th Congress will be a big success. I know our listeners will pass along the word to be careful crossing streets, to be careful getting on buses or trains, and always play safe.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Answering a warrant for his arrest on charges of treason against national security, Superman learned from Colonel Reed of Military Intelligence that an attempt was being made to sell a foreign nation a new and startling aerial rocket known as the Superman rocket. At first denying any connection with the rocket, the Man of Steel suddenly remembered something.
Yes, Colonel Reed, you're right. I did have something to do with the Superman rocket.
To explain his startling statement, Superman was forced to tell the story of how he came to Earth from the planet Krypton.
Convinced that Krypton's destruction was imminent, Jor-El, my father, left the Temple of Wisdom and hurried to the terrace of our hilltop home and laboratory and set feverishly to work on the steel model of a small spaceship or aerial rocket which he planned to use in a test flight. Time was short, as he alone knew. A matter of days, possibly only hours. Driving home the last rivet, he stepped back to examine the bullet-shaped rocket, only to discover Lara, my mother, standing behind him.
Lara, I didn't hear you come out.
You were too intent on your work. What did the council say, Jor-El?
They laughed at me, Laura. Marked me for a fool.
A fool?
Yes. But no matter. The model is finished now. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll send it on its way and watch its flight through the high-powered telescope on the observatory roof. Once I've proved to myself that it will work, I'll begin building one large enough to carry all 3 of us to the planet Earth.
Jor-El, you have often spoken of this planet you call Earth, but never have you described it to me. What is it like?
Well, it's a planet similar to our own in many respects, except that it is inhabited by a race of people much inferior to us.
Inferior? What do you mean, Jor-El?
Earthmen are weak, Lara. For instance, we cover a distance of many miles with 1 step. An Earthman's step is only 3 feet.
How queer. What else, Jor-El?
Well, Earthmen do not always live in harmony. They sometimes wage what is known as war.
War? I do not know the word.
No, and better that you never knew it. It is a wicked thing. When war is waged, Earthmen destroy one another.
How horrible. And is
this the place you plan to take us?
There is no choice, Lara. Of all the planets, only the Earth has an atmosphere similar to our own. It is the only other planet on which we can live. Lara, something wrong?
I don't know. I feel faint. It seems to have grown oppressively hot. Is that because we're being drawn closer to the sun, Jor-El?
Yes. Oh. There's a strange glow in the western sky. I don't like it. Where is Kal-El?
Asleep. I had quite a time with him. He was restless all afternoon. Jor-El, what was that?
An internal quake. A bad one.
Jor-El, the house is shaking.
It may pass over. You'd better go in.
No, my place is with you. Jor-El, look. The sky, it's darkening.
Lara, listen to me. This is the end. Krypton is breaking apart.
What can we do, Jor-El?
Nothing. I was a fool to wait this long.
It wasn't your fault, Jor-El. The
I
council...
should have built a spaceship large enough for all of us months ago. Now we've only a small model. But wait. It can carry one of us to safety. You, Lara.
No. Oh, if only one of us can be saved, it should be our son. I'll get him.
No, Lara. Lara, come back. Perhaps she's right. It should be the boy. Now, if I can only get this atomic generator working, build up enough pressure. There.
Jor-El! Here he is. Bill's fast asleep.
I'll open the door. Now, put him inside. Gently.
Jor-El, are you sure this is the end?
Hurry, Lara.
He's in, Jor-El.
Good. Now, stand back, Lara. The pressure's building up.
How long will it take?
I don't know.
Look! The Temple of Wisdom is on fire. The towers are crumbling.
Come close to me, Lara. The end is not far off. The mountains are breaking apart.
Jor-El, pressure. What's happening?
Building up slowly. We may be too late. If it doesn't happen soon... Lara, he's gone. Our son. Our son is on his way to Earth.
So, Colonel Reed, the tiny rocket shot through space, heading toward Earth and leaving the glowing fragments of the exploded planet Krypton behind it.
It's an amazing story, Superman. Simply amazing. Did the rocket reach the Earth?
If it hadn't, I wouldn't be here.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me.
It landed in an Iowa cornfield. When it struck the ground, it burst into flames. The infant inside the rocket was rescued by a farmer and his wife.
That infant, of course, was you.
That's right. I was raised by that farmer and his wife, whose name, of course, I cannot tell you. They're both since passed on. But somewhere on their farm, I seem to remember having seen the charred and twisted shell of the rocket that brought me to Earth. The Superman rocket.
Is that the rocket you referred to when you said you did have something to do with a rocket?
Yes. Certainly, if it transported me millions of miles through space, the design of it should be of value.
Oh, there's no question about that. Only I'm afraid we're too late.
Why?
That letter I mentioned, the letter to a foreign agent offering the rocket for sale,
yes,
it stated definitely that the rocket was based on the design of one originally owned by Superman. Evidently, someone else knew about the original rocket.
But I don't see how that's possible. The people who brought me up never breathed a word of my origin. However, there's one good way to find out.
What's that?
I'll go back to the farm and search it.
I'll go with you.
No, you better let me handle this alone. It's almost noon. I'll be back here before dark.
Why, that's impossible. You said the farm's in Iowa. Why, even by plane...
You're forgetting something, Colonel.
What?
I'm Superman, remember?
Of course. There I go again.
However, there is one difficulty.
What's that?
Well, I'm still under arrest.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll have the warrant canceled. It never should have been issued in the first place.
Thank you. Well, the sooner I get going, the better.
I'll walk you to the elevator.
I prefer the window, if you don't mind.
You mean you're going to...
Just watch. I'll either be back with the model of that rocket, Colonel, or information as to what happened to it. So long.
So long, Superman. And good luck.
Thanks.
Up and away!
Leaping out the open window, the Man of Steel wings high above the city of Washington and, red cape streaming in the wind, heads west for the rolling farmland of Iowa, unaware that many days will pass before he returns with anything, let alone the Superman rocket. In fact, there is danger ahead not only for himself, but for everyone connected with him. We'll learn more about it in just a moment, so keep listening.
Bet a whole lot of you are taking music lessons. And if you are, you know what a minor key is. It sounds unhappy like this. And that's just the way you'll feel in the morning if you have to eat a breakfast that doesn't click in the taste department. You drag yourself downstairs to the table. But what a difference when you eat Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. Why, Pep's such fun to eat that it makes you more fun. When you've got Pep waiting for you, then you change to a major key, a cheerful key, right off. Down the stairs you go in a hurry. And hop into your chair. You wrap yourself around a big bowl full of Pep, a Superman helping. You taste those crunchy flakes of good whole wheat, all golden in milk and sparkling with sugar. Of course, you don't eat too fast because you want to catch all the sweetness and swell flavor in every single spoonful. So start every day with Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. And now here's an important announcement for you. On Friday, day after tomorrow, the Kellogg Company is going to have a sensational offer for all of you. It's a special something for you that's right in line with the adventures of Superman. So listen tomorrow for more details.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Superman, now in the guise of Clark Kent, a mild-mannered and bespectacled young man, is approaching a dilapidated, weather-beaten farmhouse set back some distance from the road in the Iowa corn country. A few dirty, straggly chickens are pecking in the yard, and a thin, unhappy-looking cow, fly-ridden and mangy, is tethered to a rope too short to reach a patch of green clover, and as a result is mooing pitifully. As Kent enters the yard, the front door of the farmhouse opens and a man steps out. He's carrying a shotgun. Raising it, he levels it at Kent.
Get off this property before I fill you full of buckshot.
Oh, just a minute, mister. All I want is...
I know what you want. You ain't going to get it, so get moving.
Oh, you got me wrong. I used to live...
You heard what I said. Get moving fast.
Now,
Three is the most I feel like counting today. When I get done counting you out of that gate, I'll blow your head off.
Please, listen to me.
One.
I used to live on this farm.
Two.
My name is Kent.
Three.
Raising the shotgun, the farmer sights along the double barrels, his finger curling around one of the triggers. What will happen? It's anybody's guess, but take my word for it. Plenty happens in tomorrow's tense and exciting episode of The Lost Rocket. So don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, how'd you like Harold Teen and Lillums or the Gumps tattooed on your shirt or blouse or jacket? Easy? You bet. They're color transfers, and you get them only as a prize with Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. Just press on with a hot iron, and they're on to stay through lots of washings. Fun to wear. No wonder they're the fad. 6 famous comic characters in this new series, each almost 4 inches high. You'll want them all. So get started right away. Just look for your prize in every package of Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. That's Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal.
Presents the adventures of Superman. Today, Superman, in the guise of Clark Kent, revisits the Iowa farm where he was raised, only to be met by a man with a shotgun.
Get off this property, or I fill you full of lead.
But all I want is just...
I know what you want. You ain't gonna get it. I'm gonna count 3. Ain't out of that gate. Time I'm done, I'm gonna blow your head off.
Oh, wait. Just a minute.
1.
I used to live on this farm.
2.
My name is Clark Kent.
And now, before another minute passes, let's get the latest angle from a new quarter. How many of you climbed mountains while you were at camp this summer? Really swell fun, wasn't it? Well, here's how everybody can have a mountain of fun right at the breakfast table with Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. Just try this tomorrow morning. Get a bowl, and right in the middle of it, pour out a big heap of Pep. Then surround it with an ocean of good milk or cream. And give your Pep Mountain a snow cap of sugar. Now take your spoon and start excavating. Yes, sir. It's a mountain of good eating. Those sunny flakes of good whole wheat have a flavor that keeps you coming back for more and more. Not only that, but Pep helps give you energy, too. Energy that helps you shine at school. Energy that helps you in games. So start every morning with Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. And now pay special attention to this. Tomorrow's the big day, the day you've got a big announcement coming from the Kellogg Company. It's a red-hot offer you won't want to miss under any circumstances. A special something for you connected directly with Superman's adventures. So listen tomorrow for further news.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Informed by military intelligence and the FBI that an attempt was being made to sell a new and startling aerial rocket to a foreign power, a rocket allegedly based on the design of one owned by Superman, the Man of Steel recalled that he had come to Earth from the planet Krypton in a rocket. Could it be that someone had found its twisted, charred remains after all these years? Hurtling across the country, Superman located the Iowa farm where he had been raised, and, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered and bespectacled, stepped through the broken-down gate and walked across the yard toward the now dilapidated farmhouse. Suddenly, the front door of the house was flung open, and a man with a loaded shotgun stepped out and ordered Kent off the property, threatening to shoot at the count of 3.
My name is Clark Kent.
What's that you said?
I'm Clark Kent. I used to live on this farm. My father owned it at one time.
Step a mite closer. Mind you, no shenanigans.
All right.
That's fair enough. Now, let me get a good look at you. Yeah, sure. You ain't even Kent's boy.
Well, I left the farm 15 years ago. People change, you know.
Look here, young fella. You're aiming to trick me. It ain't gonna work. I'm smart as the next fella and twice as ornery. I bought this here farm fair and square, and I'm aiming to live on it peaceful.
Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't, Mr.
Luke Terry. If it means anything to you.
Luke Terry. Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
Hey, that play acting ain't fooling me one bit. I got the shotgun cocked and my finger on the trigger.
I'm not play acting, and I'm not trying to trick you. I can prove I'm Clark Kent if you'll give me a chance.
Wait, if you don't mind, but stay right where you're at. Don't inch up no closer. How are you gonna prove it?
Well, I'll describe the inside of the house. There are 3 rooms on the ground floor and 3 on the upper floor.
That don't prove nothing. The house in the county built different.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute. There's an iron sink in the kitchen with a crack on the right side. The handle of the water pump is welded. And 2 of the stove lids are chipped around the edges. The wood box is to the left of the stove. And unless you've changed it or it's faded out, there was some lettering on that box. I believe it was Union Thread Company, Salem, Massachusetts. There, is that enough?
What's in the basement?
There isn't any basement. There's a root cellar under the kitchen. We used to keep a pickle barrel down there, and there were shelves for canned goods.
I reckon you're Eben's boy, all right. What you want?
Well, nothing very much, really. Just an old piece of twisted metal junk I left here years ago.
Huh?
Piece of junk that isn't worth anything to anyone but me.
That's what you think.
What do you mean?
Seems like other folks got different ideas.
What are you driving at, Mr. Terry? Do you know the piece of junk I'm talking about?
Reckon I do.
Where is it?
Sold it.
You sold it?
Yep. About 7 months ago. 2 fellas gave me $25 for it. Drove up one of them fancy station wagons.
What did they look like?
Oh, let's see now. As I can recollect, one of them was a big fella with a red beard.
And the other one?
I don't picture him none too clear. Seems like though he's kind of short and darkish.
Yes, go on. Did they say anything?
Well, wasn't paying much attention.
Think back, Mr. Terry.
I see. Come to think of it, the fellow with the red beard said something that had me a mite puzzled.
What was it?
Well, when him, t'other fellow, was loading the junk into the station wagon, I heard him say, I told you that Bible was on the level.
Bible? What Bible?
Don't ask me.
Bible? Wait a minute, I know. Eben Kent kept a record of everything important that happened. He wrote it down in the back of the family Bible. He must have recorded my coming to Earth in the rocket. Mr. Terry, what happened to Eben Kent's Bible?
How in thunderation would I know?
Well, you bought the farm. It was somewhere in the house.
All I bid in was the land. And the buildings and the farming equipment. All the personal and household stuff went at auction.
Well, who bought it?
Don't ask me, ask the auctioneer.
Who was the auctioneer?
Sam Wilkins, over at Centerville.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. I've got to trace my foster father's old Bible, Mr. Wilkins, and Luke Terry says you might know who bought it at the auction.
Well, now, let's see. Should have a list right here in this drawer. Came across it just the other day, cleaning out some stuff. Yeah, here it is. Kent Farm Auction.
Oh, good.
Now, let's see. Lot number 24, sorted books.
That's it. Who bought them?
Lot number 24, sorted books, $9, Mary Tompkins. You remember Miss Tompkins? Folks call her Aunt Mary.
Oh, yes, of course, but I don't think she bought the Bible.
According to this list, she got all the books. Supposing I ring her up and ask her. She'd remember, likely. Now, let's see.
Number, please.
612, operator.
Thank you.
Well, been a long time since I've seen you, Clark. You've changed some. Growed a little.
Well, it's been all of 15 years.
Oh, at least that.
Hello?
Oh, Miss Tompkins?
Yeah?
This is Sam Wilkins calling.
Oh, yeah. Well, how are you, Sam?
Just fine, Miss Tompkins. Just fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm fair middling, Sam. Keeping body and soul together somehow.
I'm glad to hear it. Tell me, Miss Tompkins, you recall back a ways buying up a lot of books at the Kent auction?
Yes, Sam, I believe I do. Some years ago, though.
Yes, 'twas. Miss Tompkins, you recall Eben Kent's family Bible in that lot?
Yes, I do, Sam.
You do, eh? She recalls it, Clark.
Good.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Tompkins, Clark Kent is down here now.
Clark Kent? Land sakes alive. How is he?
He's fine, just fine. Tell you, Miss Tompkins, I'll drive Clark over to your place to get it.
Fine, Sam. I'll be glad to see him.
Followed by Sam Wilkins, Clark Kent leaves the auctioneer's office, puzzled and a little uncertain. And almost at the same moment, a strange scene is taking place at Mrs. Tompkins' home on the outskirts of Centerville. We'll be back in 60 seconds for a startling surprise. So keep listening.
Say, who's the one on your block who's the most fun to be with and has the most fun on the way to school? Well, he's probably found out an important secret. That in the morning, nothing seems to taste quite as good as a big bowl of Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. Such fun to eat that it makes you more fun. Here's how. When you get down to breakfast, you fill up your bowl with those good whole wheat flakes of Pep, a Superman helping. You float them in rich milk or cream, sprinkle them with sugar, and brother, your spoon practically dances out of your hand. So you start crunching faster and faster. Whoa, slow down now so you taste all that flavor and sweetness and crisp goodness in every single spoonful of Pep. Yes, Pep is such fun to eat that it starts your day off with a smile inside and out. And here's something else about Pep. All summer long, you get lots of sunshine to give you vitamin D. But back in school, you don't get as much sun. And Pep gives you sunshine vitamin D to help build strong bones and teeth. So start every morning with Kellogg's Pep, the sunshine cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. Super as in Superman. And remember, tomorrow's the day for the sensational news on that exciting Pep offer. An offer so red hot you just can't afford to miss it. So be here for sure.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Our scene is Mary Tompkins' home on the outskirts of the village. Mary Tompkins, a sweet, elderly, gray-haired lady, has been up in the attic looking through a small, old-fashioned trunk. We join her now as she hurries down to the porch where Ralph Tompkins, her nephew, is slouched in a chair, a cigarette dangling from his loose lips.
Ralph? Ralph, was it you who got into my trunk?
Oh, me? What are you talking about?
You know right well what I'm talking about. The lock of that trunk was picked open.
You're always blaming me for something.
Well, I've got good reason to. Gambling and stealing and drinking. If you wasn't my own poor dead brother's son, I'd have turned you out long since.
All right. Suppose I did look in the trunk. Nothing there but some old books.
So happens they was books that I aimed to keep. One of them was a Bible bound up with silver. Old Eben Kemp's Bible. What did you do with it?
I didn't do anything with it.
Oh, that's a lie, Ralph Tompkins. I can tell by your face.
What would I do with an old Bible?
You'd sell it if you could. Now, you better tell me what you done with it. Clark Kent's on his way over here now
Clark
to get
Kent's
it.
coming here?
Yeah, he's on his way with Sam Wilkins. Now, you better tell me what you done with that Bible, else you'll be in a heap of trouble. You'll likely go to jail, you will. Where are you going?
Just remembered, I got something to do.
Ralph Tompkins, you come back here. Get out of that car, Ralph. You hear me? Ralph, I gotta know about that Bible. Where are you going?
Don't know, but I might be gone for quite a spell.
Ralph! Come back! Ralph!
Frantically, Mary Tompkins calls after her nephew, but the car he is driving swings around a corner at breakneck speed and disappears into the gathering dusk. And with it, apparently, goes the secret of Eben Kent's Bible. The Bible is Clark Kent's only possible clue to the identity of the red-bearded man who bought the wreckage of his interplanetary rocket. How can he possibly trace it now? Fellows and girls, excitement piles on excitement in tomorrow's episode as Superman takes to the air to follow the trail. Don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and listen to Chapter 5 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Know what? You can sport Andy Gump, Min, Harold Teen, Lillums, and others right on your T-shirt, jackets, and blouses. How? Easy. Look for the color transfer in each package of Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. 6 in this new series, each almost 4 inches high. Simply press them on with a hot iron, and they'll stay on through lots of washings. Fun to wear, fun to trade. Start your collection today. There's nothing to send in. Just look for your prize in every package of that sweet-as-a-nut cereal, Kellogg's Shredded Wheat. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, learns from a sweet-faced little old farm lady, Aunt Mary Tompkins, that his foster father's Bible, the only possible clue to the whereabouts of the red-bearded man who has the Superman rocket, has been stolen.
All these years I kept that Bible locked in an old trunk in the attic, knowing full well, Clark, that someday you'd be back and wanting it, and now it's gone.
But, Aunt Mary, just a few minutes ago you told Sam Wilkins over the phone that you had it.
I thought I did, but when I went to look, the trunk was broke open and the Bible gone.
You mean someone stole it?
Yes, and I know who it was.
Who?
My nephew, Ralph.
Ralph?
Yeah, my brother Fred's boy.
Oh.
It ain't the first time he stole from me either.
Well, What did he do with it?
Well, he sold it likely. It was bound in silver, if you recollect. It'd fetch $1 or $2.
But where did he sell it? To whom?
He wouldn't say, and now likely we ain't never going to know.
Why not?
Because when I told him you was coming over for the Bible, he got scared, and he lit out in his car. And if I know him, he ain't never coming back to Centerville.
And now, before another minute passes, let's get the latest angle from a new quarter. And here's the big news you've all been waiting for. The makers of Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, have a terrific surprise for you.
I'll say it's terrific. You've been hearing about the astounding Superman rocket, capable of dead-accurate flights anywhere through space. The country with the secret of this rocket can rule the world.
Yes, sir. Everybody's talking rockets. That's why this offer is so sensational. And here it is.
Now you can get a terrific hand-sized rocket model, the Gyrocket. A gyrocket you can launch right from your own hand to zoom into the sky, up over the treetop.
Just listen to what you get. You get a metal launching rod.
You get a wooden rocket launcher.
And you get the gyrocket itself, with a brilliant-colored wood body almost half a foot long, shaped like a sleek, streamlined bomb.
At the power end is a steel propeller designed to give your gyrocket rotational thrust.
Right. You'll get a terrific thrill every time you launch your gyrocket. Just flick your arm and watch the gyrocket streak into the sky.
Don't miss getting this exciting gyrocket now, right away.
Here's all you do. Just send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Don't delay.
I'll repeat that. Send a dime and a nickel and a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Learning that a new secret weapon known as the Superman rocket, and said to be capable of interplanetary flight at supersonic speed, was being offered for sale to a foreign government, Superman recalled that he himself, as an infant, had come to Earth from the planet Krypton in just such a rocket. Streaking to the Iowa farm where he had been reared as Clark Kent, and where the twisted wreckage of the rocket had lain rusting and forgotten for years, he discovered to his dismay that it had been sold to two unknown men for $25. One of the men, a man with a red beard, had mentioned a Bible, and Kent remembered that his late foster father had recorded important family events in the back of his Bible. Obviously, the Bible, which contained the story of his arrival on Earth, had fallen into unscrupulous hands. Step by step, Kent traced the Bible to an old family friend, Aunt Mary Tompkins. But when he arrived at Aunt Mary's home, he was told the Bible had been stolen by her nephew.
Oh, I feel just terrible about this, Clark. But there ain't nothing I can do or say. I know I've been harboring a thief in my house all these years, but Ralph Tompkins was my own kith and kin, my poor brother Fred's boy, and I didn't have the heart to turn him out.
Oh, don't cry, Aunt Mary. I understand.
Nothing but shame ever since he got out of knee breeches.
Tell me, Aunt Mary, you said Ralph drove off in a car.
Yes, about 15 minutes ago when I told him you was coming for the Bible.
Well, what kind of a car was it?
Well, it was one of them open cars. He'd had it painted bright yellow. He didn't come by it honest, I can tell you.
Yellow convertible. Which way did he go?
Well, he swung left on the highway.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he's sly and tricky, and the truth ain't in him.
Well, if I find him, I'll know how to handle him. I'd better get along, I guess. Thanks for everything, Aunt Mary.
Oh, Clark, you ain't going to hold this against me?
Oh, of course not. You did all you could. Well, good night, Aunt Mary.
Good night, Clark, and God bless you.
Well, he's got 20 minutes start on me, but if he sticks to the highway, I shouldn't have any trouble finding a bright yellow convertible. There, it's dark enough out here so I won't be seen. Out of these clothes. This is a job
for Superman. There we are. All set. Now, up, and away!
Red cape streaming, Superman leaps up into the darkness like a comet. High in the heavens, he hovers in furious flight, his keen eyes searching the winding network of roads and highways far below.
Now to get a bird's eye view from up here. There are quite a few cars on the main highway, but no sign of a yellow convertible. Let's see, 20 minutes, maybe 25. Driving fast, he could be 20 or 30 miles away. Now, there's only one thing to do. search every road within 100 miles until I pick up his car. Away!
Meanwhile, on an east-west highway some 40 miles from Centerville, State Troopers Bill Sweets and Dan Taylor have just left their barracks and are stepping into their patrol car as a yellow convertible, top down, roars past them at high speed. Its only occupant, a bare-headed driver. Swiftly, Trooper Taylor, at the wheel of the patrol car, shifts into gear and sets out in pursuit.
That guy's in an awful hurry, Danny.
Too much of a hurry. Wait till I get rolling, Bill, and give him the siren.
Right. These speedboats, they're hopped up jalopies cutting papers on public highways. They ought to have their heads examined.
Most of their heads would show up blank on an X-ray plate. Okay, let's have that siren. Yeah, the little punk, he's stepping it up faster.
He'll slow down when he hits that corkscrew turn on the cliff road. He'll be there in a minute unless he slows up.
I know.
He'll never be able to stay on the road. It's 500 feet down to the gully at the bottom of the cliff.
Give him the siren again.
Okay, but I don't think it'll do any good. What did I tell you? He's still doing 70.
He'll slow down when he sees the signs for the corkscrew. He'd better. Keep the siren going, Bill.
With their siren wide open, the state troopers race after the speeding yellow convertible as it nears the dreaded corkscrew turn at the peak of the cliff. Meanwhile, having searched vainly over the main road for Ralph Tompkins' car, Superman has swooped eastward to the junction of two highways, and high in the night sky pauses for another bird's-eye view of the terrain below.
Still no sign of a yellow convertible. I've got to find it, though. Let's see, intersecting highways down there. Well, I'll check the north-south one first, then come back. Wait. What's that? Sounds like a police siren to the east. I can see two cars on a winding cliff road too far away to make them out. But that siren, maybe I better investigate. Away!
He's going into the turn, Dan. He'll never make it.
Looks bad.
Blow up, you crazy fool. Dan, he's off the road. He's smashing through the guardrail. Bringing their patrol car to a skidding, screaming stop on the winding cliff road, the two state troopers see the yellow convertible careen out of a sharp turn and smash through the guardrail. Then plunge off into dark space and hurtle down toward the gully 500 feet below. Is Ralph Tompkins in that death-bound car? If he is, the secret of the Bible will die with him. We'll be back in a moment with the thrilling climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
Maybe we can't tell Army intelligence where the Superman rocket is, but we do know this. Right here, offered to you by Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal is... yes, a Gyrocket, a terrific hand-sized rocket model.
It's true, a real Gyrocket. A Gyrocket you launch yourself and send zooming into the sky. A slim, brilliantly colored Gyrocket, almost half a foot long.
And get this, your Gyrocket comes to you complete.
Right, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
And the Gyrocket itself, with its business-like rocket body shaped of gleaming wood, streamlined to the last inch.
At the power end, the glittering steel propeller generates maximum thrust.
Yes, a thrust too powerful for indoors. Be sure you launch your Gyrocket only outside. Yet it's so simple and safe to operate that you can launch it right from your hand. A flick of your arm and off it streaks.
Then just watch it knife into the sky, up over the treetop.
Get in on the fun right away. Get several Gyrockets. Be first on your street with a fleet.
Now, here's how. For each Gyrocket you want, send 15 cents on a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address, clearly printed, to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Do it today. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. As Ralph Tompkins' yellow convertible plunged off the road and dropped toward the gully 500 feet below, Superman, drawn by the patrol car siren, has been streaking through the sky toward the scene. As we continue now, the Man of Steel is a mile high in the air as he sees the yellow convertible spinning end over and through space, and a man's body thrown clear of the car, falling after it.
Great Scott! Down!
Down! Crashing down like a giant bird of prey, Superman snatches the falling body in midair, a scant yard above the jagged rocks at the bottom of the gully. Then, cradling the body in his arms, he is about to streak up again when he realizes that Ralph Tompkins has been seriously injured. The boy's face is bloodless and chalk white, and his mouth is twisted in pain. Dropping to the floor of the gully, Superman lays him gently on the ground. Bending over him, it becomes obvious that the end is not far off. Ralph Tompkins' neck has been broken, but he is still conscious, his eyes staring up into the sky, his lips moving soundlessly. Superman leans closer.
Ralph. Ralph, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
You've been seriously hurt, Ralph. I don't dare move you.
I know. I'm dying. It's all over.
Maybe not. I'm going to try to get a doctor and bring him here.
No, please. It won't help. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I had it coming. All my life, nothing but bad.
Ralph, tell me about the Bible. Eben Kent's Bible. What did you do with it?
No good. Just no good. All my life.
Ralph, you must tell me about the Bible. Did you sell it?
Always trouble. Always doing wrong.
Ralph, listen to me.
Never good for anything.
Ralph.
I know I deserve it. I'm not complaining. That's coming
The
to
Bible,
me.
Ralph, it's important. What did you do with it? To whom did you sell it? Ralph! You've got to tell me.
Slowly, the dying boy's eyes close as though in great weariness. With each labored breath he draws, Superman can see the last possible clue to the whereabouts of the precious Bible, the last link with the mysterious red-bearded man who has the Superman rocket, fading into eternity. Fate has stepped in and raised a wall that even Superman cannot penetrate, the wall of death. This is where the trail of the secret rocket ends, unless a miracle happens. Be sure to listen Monday, same time, same station, when a miracle does happen. Tune in for Chapter 6 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This is the world's largest network serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman, on the trail of a family Bible, finds himself helpless as he faces the one force against which he has no power, the Angel of Death.
I know I'm finished, but it's all right. I had it coming to me.
Oh, Ralph, listen to me. The Bible. Eben Kent's Bible. To whom did you sell it?
And Mary always said I'd come to a bad end, I guess this is what she meant.
The Bible, Ralph. Where is it?
It was never any good. Lied and stole and cheated. I wouldn't listen to Aunt Mary. I wanted the easy way, but it didn't work out. I see now doing wrong never works out.
Ralph.
Like tonight, running away from those troopers and then ending up like this. It's the hard way, and You can tell everybody I said so.
Ralph, you shouldn't be talking.
Okay, I'm through. Say goodbye to Aunt Mary for me. Just say goodbye.
Now, before another minute passes, let's get the latest angle from a new quarter. Say, how about taking a rocket ride? Are you game? Okay. Hang on tight. Here we go.
We're blasting through the atmosphere at nearly 3,000 miles an hour.
Look back. The Earth is fading away behind. And everything's dead quiet. You can't hear a single thing. Because, don't forget, you're going 3 times as fast as your own sound.
That's what it'd be like to ride the famous V-2 rocket.
And now, you can get a terrific hand-sized rocket model, the Gyrocket. A sleek, brilliant-colored Gyrocket, almost half a foot long. A Gyrocket you can launch into the sky, up over the treetops.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, offers you a Gyrocket.
Listen, you get a metal launching rod.
You get a wooden rocket launcher.
You get the Gyrocket itself, long, slim, and streamlined, shaped of gleaming wood with a steel propeller that's loaded with power.
You launch it right from your hand. A flick of your arm and off it streaks.
Now, don't miss out on this swell Gyrocket. Send for it today, right now.
And here's all you do. Send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Here's that address again. Send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. For more than 30 years, the burned and twisted wreckage of the aerial rocket in which Superman came to Earth from the planet Krypton lay forgotten on the farm where he had been reared as Clark Kent. Then American military intelligence learned that someone had perfected a rocket based on the one Superman had used. Immediately, the Man of Steel went into action. Back on the farm, he learned that the new owner had sold the twisted wreckage to a man with a red beard for $25. He learned also that Redbeard had become aware of the existence of the damaged rocket through a notation in the Bible of his late foster father, Eben Kent. Attempting to trace Redbeard through the Bible, Superman discovered it had been stolen and sold by a ne'er-do-well named Ralph Tompkins, who had fled town in a fast car. Giving chase, he caught young Tompkins in midair when the careening car went over a cliff. But it was too late. The boy had been mortally injured and was dying. Now, in the darkness of a deep gully below the edge of the cliff, Superman kneels beside the boy as life slowly ebbs from his broken body.
Say goodbye to Aunt Mary for me. Just say goodbye and tell her I'm sorry for everything.
Yes, I'll tell her. But what about the Bible, Ralph? To whom did you sell it?
Tired. So tired.
Ralph, you've got to tell me. The lives of millions of people may depend on it. Now, this is your chance to do something good, something really good.
I never did anyone any good. Never.
This is your chance. Can you hear me, Ralph?
Yes. Yes, I hear you.
All right, listen carefully. That Bible is the only method we have of tracing some people who own an aerial rocket. A rocket capable of being used as a dangerous weapon. Powerful enough to destroy whole cities. You understand?
Yes.
Well, we've got to get to those people, Ralph. We've got to get to them before they can sell their rocket to a foreign power, or else this country and every living thing in it may be wiped out.
Why are you telling me this?
The Bible. Eben Kent's Bible. Remember you took it from your Aunt Mary's trunk?
Yes.
You sold it, didn't you?
Yes.
Where did you sell it? And to whom? Ralph, where did you sell the Bible?
Metropolis.
To whom? To whom, Ralph?
Bookstore. Second hand.
Do you remember the address?
Yes.
What is it?
8th and...
Yes, 8th and where?
Walnut. Goodbye. Going now. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ralph.
lifting the now limp and lifeless body of the boy in his arms, Superman carries up to the road where 2 state troopers are waiting. Then, like a red and blue arrow, he rockets upward and disappears into the night sky. An hour later, once again in his guise of Clark Kent, mild-mannered newspaper reporter, he enters a second-hand bookstore on the corner of 8th and Walnut in the city of Metropolis. The neatly lettered sign on the door reads, William Davis, Rare Books, Fine Editions, Bought and Sold. As he enters the store, crowded ceiling high with books, a gray-haired man steps forward to meet him.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Clark Kent. I'm a reporter for the Daily Planet. Are you Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Oh, good. Well, I'm not here in my reportorial capacity tonight, Mr. Davis.
Oh.
I have a little personal matter I think you can help me with. I'm looking for a Bible.
Well, that should be no problem. We have quite a few fine Bibles in stock.
Well, I'm looking for a particular Bible, one you purchased a young man some months ago.
Well, I buy a great many books, Mr. Kent. Bibles among them. It might be difficult to identify any given one.
Perhaps if I describe it, you may recall the incident.
Well, perhaps.
Well, it was bound in heavy black leather, calf, I believe, with some silver filigree work on both covers.
Oh.
As I recall, it was printed in England and was quite old.
Oh, I remember the Bible well, Mr. Kent.
You do?
Yes, an early Stoneleigh printing of the Geneva edition dated 1632.
That's right. Do you have it here, Mr. Davis?
Why, no, sir, no. I sold it almost immediately.
Oh.
It was a fine edition.
Yes, well, may I ask to whom you sold it?
To a collector, sir.
Do you remember his name?
I'm sorry, but I never reveal the names of my collector clients.
What?
I think you'll find that the practice of all reputable book dealers. You see, many people don't wish it generally known that they have large and valuable book collections in their homes.
Well, it would help me very much if you'd make an exception in this case, Mr. Davis.
I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, but that's impossible. Now, if you wish, I'll try to secure another Stoneleigh Geneva for you. I presume you're a collector?
Well, the Bible we're talking about, the one you bought, Mr. Davis, was stolen.
Stolen?
That's right. The young man you bought it from stole it from his aunt, who was keeping it for me. You see, it originally belonged to my foster father.
Oh,
his name, Eben Kent, was on the flyleaf.
Oh, good gracious.
Receiving stolen goods, as you know, is a serious crime.
Well, now, Mr. Kent,
and if
please,
I should prefer charges, you'd be arrested. Now, of course, I'd rather not, but...
Now, look here, Mr. Kent. How do I know that you really own the Bible? You might be trying to blackmail me.
Here are my credentials. Press card, union card, police card. If that doesn't satisfy you, call Inspector Henderson at police headquarters and ask him about me.
Yes, I believe you, Mr. Kent.
Good. Then how about the name of the man who bought the Bible?
No, I can't tell you that. Though I'll admit I sold the Bible for $750.
Quite a high price.
You give me a signed receipt, Mr. Kent, and I'll write you a check for the entire amount.
No deal, Mr. Davis. I want the name of the man to whom you sold the Bible.
But I assure you, you can't get more than $750.
I'm not interested in what I can get for it.
Oh, you want the book back, is that?
No,
Well, I can understand that. It's a sentimental keepsake. All right, I'll do what I can to get it back for you, but I assure you it won't be easy.
I don't want the book back.
You don't?
I want the name of the man to whom you sold it. I want his name and his address.
But why? I don't understand.
Well, Look, Mr. Davis, I can't explain beyond saying that my reasons are of utmost importance to national defense.
Gracious me.
Now, will you please give me that information, Mr. Davis?
Well, you leave me no choice, Mr. Kent.
What's the man's name?
Haller. Richard Haller.
Richard Haller, Haller?
Yes. But I warn you, Mr. Kent, you will find him a very unpleasant customer. His temper is as bad as you'd expect from a man with red hair.
Well, did you say red hair?
Why, yes.
Does he wear a beard?
How did you know?
Then he does. A red beard?
Fiery red.
He's the man I want.
Eh?
What's his address?
16 East Lilac Road.
16 East Lilac. Thanks, Mr. Davis. This is the break I've been hoping for.
His eyes gleaming with excitement, Clark Kent hurries from the bookshop with the name and address of the mysterious red-bearded man who removed the wreckage of the Superman rocket from the old Kent farm. But Kent is in for a startling surprise and the shock of his life. We'll find out what it is in just a moment, so keep listening.
Now, we're not spies. We don't have red beards. But we sure have a gyrocket for you. That's the terrific hand-sized rocket model you can get through Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal.
Yes, sir. A brilliant colored gyrocket, almost half a foot long. A gyrocket you can send soaring into the sky, up over the treetop.
And that's not all. You get a metal launching rod.
You get a wooden rocket launcher.
You get the gyrocket itself. Notice the sleek, gleaming wood body, slender and streamlined for minimum drag through the air.
And the business end of the rocket has a steel propeller that develops rotational thrust.
And say, think of the exciting gyrocket contest you can have with your friends. Send for several gyrockets. Adjust one propeller for speed, another one for altitude.
Then practice up with your gyrocket so you can win the speed and distance contest and accuracy trials. It's a barrel of fun.
Now's the time for you to get in on all the thrills. For your gyrocket, just send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Do it now. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Learning that a man named Richard Haller is the mysterious red-bearded man who, posing as a junk dealer, removed the wreckage of the Superman rocket from the old Kent farm, Clark Kent hurried to 16 East Lilac Road, Haller's address. As we join him now, he is walking up the quiet, exclusive street lined with handsome town houses. Turning into the walk at number 16, an imposing limestone residence, Kent mounts 2 shallow stone steps and raises the bronze knocker on the thick oaken door. But before he can strike the knocker, the door opens.
Good evening, Clark.
Lois Lane.
In person.
Well, what are you doing here?
Thunderstruck, Clark Kent stares at Lois Lane, girl reporter for the Daily Planet, who stands framed in the doorway of Richard Haller's house. Haller is the man Kent believes reconstructed the Superman rocket and is now negotiating for its sale to an unfriendly foreign power. And Lois Lane, Kent's close friend and co-worker, stands in his doorway. What does it mean? We'll know the answer tomorrow, fellows and girls, in a thrilling, suspenseful episode. So be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 7 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman faces a new development. Still on the trail of Richard Haller, the mysterious red-bearded book collector, believed to have a secret aerial rocket in his possession, he finds himself in his guise of Clark Kent in the big game trophy room of Haller's Metropolis mansion, with Lois Lane unconscious on the floor.
Lois! Wake up, Lois! She's scarcely breathing and her pulse is weak. What in heaven's name happened to her? Lois! Lois! Great Scott, she's turning blue. If I don't get her out of here fast, she'll be dead.
What will happen to Lois Lane? We'll know after you hear what's coming next. Think of the spaceships of tomorrow. They'll blast their way upwards so fast that the rocket shell will glow red hot from sheer friction with the atmosphere.
Then they'll coast through the interplanetary void. It'll be cold and jet black outside. The only light will be a weird lunar glow.
Yes, rocket flight is almost here.
And right now, Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, offers you the thrills of launching a terrific rocket model of your own. the gyrocket.
Right. A gyrocket you yourself can send flashing high in the air. A gyrocket loaded with spine-tingling fun. It comes complete with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
The gyrocket itself has a sleek, businesslike body of gleaming wood, brilliantly colored, almost half a foot long.
And with a metal propeller that packs it with power. Too much power for indoors. Be sure you take it outside.
Then, hold it in your hand. Flick your arm, and off it zooms, streaking into the sky, up over the treetop.
Yes, it's thrill-a-minute fun. So don't delay. This offer is good for a limited time only.
Right. Today, send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
I'll repeat those instructions. Send the box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A new and secret aerial rocket capable of spanning the Earth and flying at supersonic speed, and supposedly based on the design of the interplanetary rocket that brought Superman from the planet Krypton to the Earth, is said to be in the hands of Richard Haller, a mysterious red-bearded book collector who is offering it for sale to a foreign power. On the trail of Haller and the rocket, Clark Kent and Lois Lane visited Haller's Metropolis mansion, where Lois has suddenly collapsed and seems to be turning blue from strangulation. Lifting her in his arms, Kent starts for the door of the room. Suddenly it opens, and Haller's Hindu servant enters.
Something is wrong, Saab.
Out of my way.
But, Saab, you cannot leave now.
Out of my way, I said, and open the front door.
If the Mem Saab is ill, I will call a doctor.
There isn't time. Are you going to open that front door? Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself.
But, Saab.
I'll see you again.
Saab, come back. I have a message.
I'll come back when I'm good and ready. Now to strip down to my Superman outfit before that bird comes poking out here after me. Yeah, this should be as good a place as any behind this bush. I'll just put Lois down for a moment. Better work fast. She looks bad. There we are. That does it. Poor kid's fighting for breath. I think maybe the best thing is to take her up 1,000 feet where the air is cooler as Superman. Up with her. There we are. Now, up and away! Now, let's have a look at her. She's breathing more easily up here. Guess I better take her up a little higher. Up! Yes, this cold air seems to be doing the trick. She's not fighting for breath now. The color's better, too. And her pulse is stronger. Uh-oh, she's starting to come to. Better get back down to earth with her and into Clark Kent's clothes before I have a lot of embarrassing questions to answer. I'll get down to that little park. Down! There we are. Just set her down here while I turn into Reporter Kent again. There, shoes. There. Tie. Specs. And the hat. There. Just in time. I'm right here, Lois. You feel better?
Yes, What am I doing here? Where am I?
You're in a little park near Haller's house.
In a park?
Yes, you fainted, and I brought you out here. Remember?
I remember feeling dizzy, but that's all. You say I fainted?
Oh, you went out like a light.
Good heavens.
Here, wait a minute. Let me help you up. Take it easy now. There.
Thanks, Clark.
You sure you're all right now?
Yes, just a little weak in the knees.
I bet.
I can't understand it. I was feeling fine, and then suddenly
I think I know what happened.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You remember that hissing sound just before you said you felt dizzy?
Hissing sound?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. What about it?
Well, it seemed to come from that mounted tiger's head on Haller's wall.
From the tiger's head?
Yes, and I thought I saw a fine spray of vapor shoot out of the tiger's mouth.
Oh, Clark, don't be absurd.
I'm not. I think a spray of knockout gas came from that tiger's mouth.
Knockout gas?
Uh-huh.
Why,
I think our Hindu friend was responsible, Mr. Richard Haller's servant. He could have released it from the room where he was telephoning. I didn't have time to check, but I'll bet there's a tube running from a gas container to that mounted tiger's head.
Wait a minute. If it was gas, why weren't you knocked out, too?
Huh? Oh, well, I
guess I'm just stronger than you are, Lois.
You've also been pipe dreaming again. Now, why should that nice little Hindu try to knock us out?
I think he suspected we weren't there to sell a rare book. In fact, I made a bad mistake giving him my right name.
Why?
Haller knows the name Kent. When the Hindu called him and told him my name, he got orders to give us the gas treatment. I'll bet on it.
Well, you may be right.
I know I'm right. Now, look, Lois, I'm to take you home and then be on my way.
On your way where?
To see Haller.
Oh, well, isn't that a coincidence? So am I.
Now, look, Lois, you're still shaky.
Not anymore.
And there's a good chance I'll run into trouble. You've already had a sample of Haller's tactics.
Uh-huh. Now that you've got that off your chest, let's go.
But, Lois,
I
you're
told
in...
you before, Clark. I'm sticking with you on this.
Now, look...
Incidentally, where were you on the level when you said you knew where Haller was?
I know approximately where he is. I heard his servant give the number to the telephone
But
operator.
how could you? He was in another room and the door was closed. I couldn't hear a thing.
I've got pretty sharp ears.
Must have ears like a cat, for which I'm grateful. Where is our book-collecting friend?
It's about 250 miles upstate. Now, I can get there much faster alone, Lois, so
How?
I'll take you home. Huh?
How?
Oh, well,
I thought so. How do we go? By train or car?
But I... Oh, okay. You win. We'll take my car. We can be up there by morning.
Good. Let's go.
Driving through the night, Kent and Lois Lane reached the little upstate village of Evansville shortly after daybreak. As we join them now, they are in a diner having breakfast, alone except for the proprietor. As he eats, Kent thumbs through the small local telephone directory.
Any luck, Clark?
No, not yet, Lois. 176 is the number, but I don't see it listed here.
Well, I hate to be a killjoy, but chances are you didn't even hear the Hindu clearly.
Oh, I heard him clearly enough. There are a lot of numbers in this little book, though, and we... Oh, wait. Here it is.
176?
That's right. And the name opposite it is Green Acres.
Green Acres?
Uh-huh. Oh, pardon me, Mac.
Yep. More coffee?
No, not just now, thanks. Tell me, do you know of a place called Green Acres around here?
Green Acres?
That's right. Do you know where it is?
Yeah.
Can you tell us how to get there?
Yeah, it's about 6 miles out on the old dirt road. But I wouldn't go near there if I was you.
Why not?
Ain't healthy, that's why.
Really?
I don't understand.
Not many understands, young fella. Strange things happen out of Green Acres.
Oh?
Mighty strange things.
Like what?
Ain't saying. Just take my advice. Stay away.
But we've got to go there.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Looking at one another, Kent and Lois are puzzled and uncertain. Why is the owner of the diner warning them away from Green Acres? We'll be back in a moment to find out, so keep listening.
Maybe the Superman rocket is a secret, but there's no secret about the fun you can have with your Gyrocket.
That's the sensational rocket model, the Gyrocket. A Gyrocket you can launch to streak high into the air. A Gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. And it comes complete with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
The Gyrocket itself has a gleaming, brilliantly colored wood body, slender and streamlined to the last inch, almost half a foot long.
At the power end is a steel propeller designed for rotational thrust. You just hold your Gyrocket in your hand, flick your arm, and off it zooms up over the treetop.
Get in on the fun right away. Send for several Gyrockets. Get a whole fleet of the future. Adjust one propeller for speed and another one for climb.
Right. Then practice up with your Gyrocket. And challenge your friends to distance and speed and spot landing contests. You've got fun stored up for months.
Now, listen. For each Gyrocket you want, send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Don't forget, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a Kellogg's Pep box top and 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, together with your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Disregarding the warning of the owner of the diner, Clark Kent and Lois Lane drove out of Evansville on an old dirt road. Then, directed by a faded sign almost hidden by underbrush, which read Green Acres, Kent turned off into a narrow, rutted lane curving through deep woods. As we join them now, the lane has come to an abrupt end, and the two reporters have stepped out of their car. All about, dwarfing them, are tall trees. which, despite the bright sun high overhead, makes the woods a place of shadowy gloom.
Now what, Clark?
I don't know. That sign pointed this way, but we seem to have reached a dead end.
A very creepy dead end, if you ask me.
Creepy?
Well, yes. You notice how quiet these woods are? You hardly even hear a bird. I don't like this place.
Oh, you let that fellow in the diner give you the jitters.
No, it's the place. There's a strange feeling about it. Let's go back to the road and get better directions.
Well, just a minute, Lois. Oh, here we are.
Here we are where?
Oh, there's a trail behind those fallen trees. Right over here. There, see?
What? Yes, but...
It runs downhill through the woods and... Lois!
Don't shout like that. For heaven's sake, what is it?
The trail's getting warm. Follow me.
Well, I can't see a thing. What's all the excitement?
In a few minutes, you'll see plenty. Come on.
Caught up by Kent's excitement, Lois Lane follows after him, a momentary uneasiness forgotten. The winding, half-hidden trail demands all her attention, and the noise of their steps in the brush hides from Kent's sharp ears what they might otherwise have perceived, a slight rustling sound above and behind Lois. Through the lower branches of two trees on either side of the trail, a pair of lean, strangely spotted animals are watching Lois's approach, their gleaming yellow eyes fastening on her back as she passes beneath them. Then, as she pauses to climb over a log lying across the trail, the two spotted creatures in the trees above and behind her suddenly cry out to spring. Lois isn't deadly perilous. Clark Kent strides ahead, unaware of her danger. What will happen? What are these strange creatures? And is this why the owner of the diner warned them away from Green Acres? Gang, there's a thrill a minute in tomorrow's tense and exciting episode as Superman battles for Lois's life. So don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 9 of The Secret Rocket on the Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman as Clark Kent and Lois Lane have arrived at Green Acres in search of a secret aerial rocket. Sensing great danger, Kent tries to send Lois back to Metropolis.
You'd better take the car and drive back to town, Lois. This place is dangerous.
No more dangerous for me than it is for you.
Yes, it is. If necessary, I can...
You can what? Wave a magic wand and turn into Superman?
That amuses you, doesn't it?
Now, please, Clark, let's not discuss it. I've come this far, and I am not turning back now.
Well, all right. But I'm warning you, even with Superman's help, you may never get out of these woods alive.
Is it life or death for Lois Lane? We'll know right after what's coming next.
Spaceship now leaving from Tower 3, Rocket Express for Saturn, with stops at Mars and Jupiter. All visitors will please leave the launching tower for...
That's a short preview of a rocket terminal of the future. And not so far in the future either. Rocket flight is just around the corner.
Right. But now Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, offers you a terrific hand-sized rocket model, the Gyrocket. A Gyrocket you can send streaking into the air, up over the treetops.
The Gyrocket itself is sleek and businesslike, with its streamlined body brilliantly colored, almost half a foot long.
Plus a steel propeller at the stern that packs rotational thrust. And the Gyrocket comes complete with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
Right. You hold it in your hand, flick your arm, and off it zooms, flashing into the sky. Every launching's a new thrill.
Now be sure you send for your Gyrocket right away.
Get yours while the getting's still good. For each gyrocket you want, send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Superman believes that a mysterious red-bearded man named Richard Haller has gained possession of the wrecked aerial rocket in which the Man of Steel came to Earth from the planet Krypton many years ago. Further, he suspects that Haller has been able to reconstruct the amazing rocket and is negotiating for its sale to a foreign power. Tracing Haller far upstate, Superman and his guise of Clark Kent and Lois Lane, girl reporter, were following a winding foot trail through deep woods when suddenly Kent spied two large, tawny, strangely spotted creatures crouching half-hidden on the lower limbs of the trees adjoining the trail, their haunches coiled and prepared to spring. At that instant, a horrible question flashed through Clark Kent's mind.
How can I save Lois without revealing that I'm Superman?
But even as the question flashes through his mind, the answer races with it, and he leaps into action, swifter than the human eye can follow, swifter than the spotted killers. There's a blur through the air as he lands beside Lois. One hand sweeps her flat on the ground, stunning her, and with the same motion, he turns to face the snarling creature circling down on him. Catching them in midair and locking his steel fingers in the thick fur of their throats, Kent holds them aloft, oblivious of their sharp, slashing fangs and great ripping claws. Then swiftly, as the furious beasts snarl and roar their rage, the Man of Steel crushes the breath out of them. Feels the vicious, tawny bodies go limp and lifeless in his hands. Then, with a mighty heave, he hurls them high over the towering trees and far into the woods. Once again, the woods are silent, save for the lone chirping of a bird off in the distance. Then Kent steps to Lois's side as the girl reporter rises unsteadily to her feet. Dazed, she stares back fearfully at the empty trails, her eyes bright with nameless terror.
Clark. What happened?
Well, you took a bad spill climbing over that log.
No, there was something else. I saw two animals leap out of the trees. They were spotted. Yellow and black.
Just take it easy, Lois. You'll be all right.
I tell you, I did see them. They looked like... I know. They were cheetahs.
Lois.
They use them for hunting in India. They do. They look something like leopards.
We're a long way from India.
They had collars around their necks, and you were fighting with them. God, what am I talking about? It all sounds so crazy.
Sure, the chances are you blacked out for a moment when you fell.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry. I guess I'll be seeing pink elephants next.
Look, Lois, why don't you go back to the car, huh? This is really no place for you.
Now, stop it, Clark. I'm all right now. Let's go. How much farther, Clark? These shoes weren't made for hiking in the woods.
Okay, hold up. I can see it from here.
See what?
Look down that little hill to your left. Here, wait, I'll spread the bushes apart. There. See it?
Well, I see a little farm hemmed in by the woods and several men. Clark, that big man. He has a red beard.
Richard Haller. Now, our problem is... Great Scott!
Clark, you frightened me.
The rocket. The original Superman rocket. It's in the barn to the right of the farmhouse in a concrete pit under the floor.
What are you talking about? Clark, stop staring.
Yes, it's the original rocket, and it's been reconstructed. We got here just in time.
In time for what?
Look at Haller. See what he's carrying?
No, I can't tell from here. What is it?
A small model of the Superman rocket. He's going to launch it. There it goes.
Good heavens. Look at that shoot up.
Colonel Reed and the FBI were right. Haller knows the secret. That model's traveling at amazing speed.
Where is it? I can't see it anymore.
It's above the clouds, leveling off. Lois.
Yes?
Get back to the car as fast as you can. Drive back into town and call Colonel Reed in Washington. No. Better yet, call Miller at the FBI. Tell him what we've seen.
Clark, look. Look, the rocket is coming down.
Great Scott, it's on fire. They don't know the secret. They've done something wrong.
It's going to land right near us. What do we do?
Get down. It may explode. Here it comes.
Oh, Clark, I'm afraid.
Don't move.
Good heavens.
Well, that's the end of that model. Come on, let's get a look at the fragments. No, wait a minute. Haller and his gang are coming up the hill. Duck behind these bushes. Don't move or fuss.
Stupid, ignorant fools. A fine mess you made of things. I risk everything to bring the agent out here to witness a demonstration of the rocket. And what happens? It catches fire 2 minutes after we launch.
You're right, Clark. He is negotiating with a foreign agent.
Look at it. Or what's left of it. Well, haven't you anything to say?
I do not understand.
That's a fine answer. A fine answer. From the man who supposedly designed the German V-2 rocket.
I did.
And what about you, Bart? An expert on aerodynamics. I gave you the original Superman rocket. I gave you unlimited funds. And this is what you turn up.
Something went wrong, Mr. Haller.
I don't need you to tell me that. Now, the point is, what do you propose to do?
We must examine again the original Superman rocket.
You've been examining it for months.
Only with the naked eye. At this time, you will be more thorough. I have in Metropolis a special X-ray machine I invented in Germany. I will go at once and return with it by morning. We will take X-ray pictures of the original rocket. Perhaps there is something in the structure of the steel, something in the design of the fuel chamber that we have not seen. What do you think, Barton?
Sounds like a good idea.
You should have thought of it a long time ago. All right. I'll try to keep the agent here until tomorrow. But don't fail this time. If you do, well, just don't. Come on.
Clark, this is incredible. That man Haller is a demon.
Worse than that. He's the most dangerous man in the world. But we'll clip his wings.
How?
They won't take any X-ray pictures of that original Superman rocket.
Why not?
The moment it gets dark, we're going down there to get that rocket. Before morning, it'll be in the hands of the War Department.
Determined once and for all to put an end to Richard Haller's attempts to design and build an aerial rocket capable of worldwide destruction, Clark Kent makes daring plans, unaware that in his role of Superman, he is about to face the most important decision of his entire career. We'll be back in just a moment to see how Kent gets himself and Lois into a trap from which there is seemingly no escape. So keep listening.
Which country will get the Superman rockets? That's the question.
Right. But there's sure no question about the excitement you can have with your gyrocket, the terrific rocket model offered to you by Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal.
Yes, sir. A gyrocket you can launch right from your hand. A gyrocket almost half a foot long that you zoom into the sky, up over the treetop.
Right. The gyrocket itself has a sleek, brilliantly colored wood body, shaped like a slender, streamlined bomb.
At the stern of the rocket, a steel propeller develops loads of thrust. And launching your gyrocket's a cinch, for it comes with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. A flick of your wrist and off it soars, streaking into the sky.
Remember, the gyrocket is not a flimsy cardboard cutout, but a rugged steel and wood model, sturdy enough for hundreds of launchings.
Get in on the excitement right now. Send for several gyrockets.
Right. Then have thrilling contests with your friends. Tests for distance and speed and spot landing.
Now listen. For each gyrocket you want, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way you can get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep plus 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, together with your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. Do it now. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Night has fallen, and the woods in which Lois Lane and Clark Kent have been hiding are cloaked in somber darkness. Stealing quietly along the narrow trail, they have reached the barn adjacent to the isolated farmhouse Richard Haller has evidently been using as his headquarters. Entering the barn, Kent lifts a long, heavy trapdoor on the barn floor and descends 6 steps down into a large concrete pit, Lois following, carrying a thin-beamed fountain pen flashlight. At the bottom of the concrete pit is a large cigar-shaped object equipped with metal fins and a curious propeller. Kent points to it as Lois plays her flashlight over its steel sides.
There it is, Lois. The original rocket that brought Superman to Earth.
Are you sure, Clark?
That rocket traveled millions of miles through space carrying an infant child. It could have done the same thing with high explosives or atomic bombs. Do you know what that could mean?
Yes. And it's frightening me to think that a man like Haller has got possession of it.
I know.
There's only one thing.
What?
Well, why, if he had the Superman rocket all this time and could copy the design, did that little model we saw him test catch fire and crash?
Well, his so-called rocket experts made one mistake.
What was that?
Mistake, incidentally, they'll discover the minute they take X-ray pictures of this rocket. They know now where they went wrong.
Yes.
You see, the nose of the rocket looks like...
Who turned the lights on?
I did, young.
Haller.
Joe, cover them from here. Nick, you take the other side. The rest of you surround the opening in the floor. If they move a muscle, let them have it. Right. Okay. So we caught ourselves a couple of spies.
Now, just a minute. I can explain everything.
You know what happens to spies when they're caught, don't you?
Caught?
In case you don't, you're going to find out right now.
Trapped in the concrete pit, Clark Kent and Lois Lane look up into the now brightly lit barn and into the ugly, leering faces of red-bearded Richard Haller and a dozen of his henchmen, all armed with guns. As we know, Clark Kent is Superman, but how can he possibly go into action in a room blazing with light without revealing his double identity? While it may be true that the gleaming blue steel automatics pointing down into the pit are no threat against him, they are a deadly threat against Lois Lane. And to a man like Richard Haller, other people's lives are cheap. Tomorrow, gang, faced with sacrificing Lois or revealing the closely guarded secret that Clark Kent is Superman, Kent makes the only possible choice. What is it? Don't miss tomorrow's episode, whatever you do. Nothing like this has ever happened to Superman before. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 10 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, trapped in a concrete pit, Superman in his guise of Clark Kent and Lois Lane, girl reporter, hear Richard Haller pronounce their death sentence.
You know what happens to spies who allow themselves to be caught, don't you?
Clark, easy, Lois.
But in case you don't, you're going to find out right now.
Before we find out, where did you get a load of this? Just think, in the spaceships of the future, you'll roar right out past the Earth's gravitational field. Then what'll it be like to move around inside your rocket?
Well, you'll probably have to pull yourself along. And if you step a foot off the floor, you'll stay there, because there'll be no gravity to pull you down again.
Correct. Makes your spine tingle just to think of it.
It's a fact. And right now, Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, brings you a terrific rocket model of your own. The Gyrocket. Yes, a Gyrocket you launch right from your hand and send flashing high into the sky.
This Gyrocket is slim and sleek, businesslike to the last inch. Shaped of brilliantly colored wood, almost half a foot long.
And the steel propeller at the stern gives it maximum power.
Right. And launching your Gyrocket's a cinch, because with it, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just flick your arm, and off it streaks up over the treetops.
Now, don't miss out. To get your Gyrocket, mail 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. Discovering the hideout of Richard Haller, the mysterious red-bearded book collector who managed to get possession of the original aerial rocket in which Superman came to Earth, Clark Kent and Lois Lane waited until nightfall and then slipped into Haller's barn, where in a concrete pit beneath the floor, they found the Superman rocket. But a moment later, as they were examining it, the barn suddenly blazed with light, and a dozen hard-faced men, including Haller, lined the open trap door and pointed guns down into the pit.
What do you say, boss? Do we let them have it?
Wait a minute. I want to ask them something first.
You've already asked us. Yes, we know what happens to spies, but we're not spies. We're newspaper reporters.
We lost our way in the woods.
So you broke into this barn and climbed down into that pit looking for a road map. Is that it?
No, that's not it.
I didn't think so. Your name is Clark Kent and the girl's name is Lois Name. You visited my house in Metropolis last night, posing as rare book dealers. Somehow you learned where to find me. You came up here looking for a big story. Or is that all?
You seem to know all the answers.
I make it my business to learn the answers, Mr. Kent. I find it very profitable. Now, one more question. Just before I turned the lights on, I overheard you tell Miss Lane that we had made one mistake in designing the model of the Superman rocket. What was that mistake?
I'm a newspaper reporter, not a rocket designer. But what I know about rockets...
As the son of Eben Kent, you might know a great deal.
Clark, what is he talking about?
Mr. Kent knows what I'm talking about, girlie. Well, what was the mistake?
Don't waste your breath, Haller. Even if I did know, the last person in the world I'd tell would be a traitor to his country. A man who's willing to sell out humanity for a price. You.
So that's the way you feel about it.
That's exactly the way.
All right, boys, let him have it.
Down, Lois.
Moving with the speed of light, Kent sweeps Lois off her feet and behind the protective skull of the Superman rocket. As deadly steel-jacketed bullets smash into the sides of the concrete pit. Shielding the terrified girl reporter with his body, Kent hears the bull-like voice of Haller echo through the barn in furious rage.
Get them! Finish them!
Like fiery hailstones, bullets pour from the flaming muzzles of a dozen automatics, some flattening against the concrete walls of the pit, and others ricocheting wildly off the steel hull of the rocket. Hidden under the rocket and protected by Kent's invulnerable body, Lois, for the moment, is safe. But as Kent well knows, it may only be for a moment.
What's the matter with you? Why don't you get them? Wait fast! They're under the rocket! Stop firing! Hold it! Follow me. If we can't get to them here, we'll go down into the pit.
Clark, they're coming down for us.
Don't worry. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, no, we haven't got a chance. Here they come.
Let them come. They're going to be in for a surprise. And so are you. The surprise of your life.
Forced to make a choice between saving Lois from instant death at the hands of Haller's gunmen or revealing the long-guarded secret that Clark Kent and Superman are one and the same person, Kent takes the only possible course. Quickly, he strips off his jacket.
Clark, what are you doing?
Getting ready for Haller and his killers? Here, hold these glasses.
Well, you're out of your mind. They've got guns.
Won't matter once I get this shirt off.
All right, boys. Blast them out!
Spitting blue flame, the automatics in the hands of Haller's men send a hail of deadly whining bullets to the now unprotected spot, where Lois Lane, terror-stricken, crouches behind Clark Kent, expecting each moment to be her last. Kent moves quickly from side to side, protecting her against the death-dealing, steel-jacketed slugs. Then, suddenly, the strange and mysterious hand of fate enters the picture. A bullet from one of the automatics strikes the concrete wall of the pit and, glancing off, smashes into a metal barrel of high-octane gasoline. There's a deep, muffled explosion, and almost instantly, the pit is a flaming inferno.
What happened?
A barrel of gasoline exploded.
There's fire all around us. We can't get out.
Here, wrap my jacket around your head. Hurry.
Oh, everything's burned alive.
Don't say things like that.
Can't breathe. It's open as a fume.
We'll be out of here in a minute. All right, keep that jacket on your head. Lois. Oh, the poor kid, she passed out. Well, maybe it's better that way. Now I can handle matters.
As Superman. Up with her. There. Now, out and away! Cradling the now unconscious girl reporter in his powerful arms, Superman streaks through the roaring fire and blinding black smoke and flashes out through the open barn doors above the heads of Richard Haller's panic-stricken gunmen, who clawed one another in attempting to escape the deadly inferno. A moment later, he hovers in curious flight high in the starry sky. Now to get this jacket off Lois's head. There. She ought to be all right in a moment now. Then I can drop down on Mr. Haller again. Lois. Hey, that's funny. She's limp as a rag, and her hands are ice cold. Great Scott, her pulse is weak. I'd better not take any chances. Better get her to a doctor fast. Must be one in the village. Away! You're sure Miss Lane's going to be all right, Doctor?
Quite sure, Superman. She evidently inhaled some burning gasoline fumes and became partially asphyxiated. Fortunately, you got her here in time.
Good.
I've given her some oxygen and a sedative. I'd leave her here if I were you. Certainly until morning.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Doctor, if it isn't too much trouble.
No trouble at all. In fact, I'm quite proud to be able to do something for a friend of Superman's.
Well, thank you. I've got to leave now.
Well, you go right ahead, and don't you worry about the young lady.
Thanks again, Doctor. Oh, yes, one thing. Would you please tell Miss Lane that Clark Kent is all right? Tell her he escaped without injury.
Be glad to.
Good night. And thanks for everything.
You're more than welcome. Good night.
Now, to get back to Richard Haller and his gang. Up and away! There's Haller's place in that clearing. Whoop! Great Scott! The barn's burned to the ground, and the rocket, it's completely destroyed. Everyone's gone. Haller and his thugs, all of them. The place is deserted. No, wait. There's someone in the farmhouse. It's Haller himself. He's all alone. He seems to be waiting for someone. Down! Down!
Superman is right. Richard Haller is waiting for someone. He's waiting for Superman. Because Richard Haller believes he has a weapon against which Superman cannot fight. Gang, there's a startling, shocking surprise coming up in just a minute. So don't miss the climax of today's episode. Keep listening.
The Superman rocket means world power. And the Gyrocket, the sensational rocket model, means thrill-a-minute fun.
Yes, sir. And Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, offers you a Gyrocket. A Gyrocket that you yourself can launch to zoom into the sky, up over the treetops.
This terrific Gyrocket has a brilliantly colored wood body. It's streamlined and sleek, almost half a foot long.
And a steel propeller at the stern loads the Gyrocket with rotational thrust.
Yet launching's a cinch, because with your Gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You hold the launching rod in your hand, flick your arm, and up it streaks high in the sky.
Now's the time to get in on the fun. Get several Gyrockets. You can be captain of a whole fleet of the future.
Right. Then have thrilling contests with your friends. Trials for speed and accuracy and distance. Practice so you can be the rocket champ of your neighborhood.
Now listen carefully. For each Gyrocket you want, today send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Do it today, right now. The supply of Gyrockets is going, so don't get left out.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way you can get it is to send a Kellogg's Pep box top together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, plus your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Returning to the scene of the gasoline explosion, Superman finds the barn at Richard Haller's hideout reduced to ashes, and the Superman rocket totally destroyed. But Haller himself, red-bearded and mysterious, is waiting alone in the living room of the farmhouse. He rises and smiles as Superman enters and closes the door behind him.
Rather thought you'd be back. Too late for the rocket, though.
But not too late for you.
You're not interested in me. Now that the original rocket's gone for good, I'm not very important to you or anyone else, am I?
You may be very important to the FBI and the War Department.
Now, just a minute. You don't think I waited here for you to be taken to the FBI? Hardly.
I don't care why you waited. All I
Perhaps
know is...
before you tell me what you know, I'd better tell you what I know. And I assure you my information is much more startling than yours. Much more.
Look, Haller, I'm not interested in making conversation with you. Save all this beautiful chatter for the FBI and the War Department.
You're not taking me to the FBI or anywhere else.
Oh, no. Who's going to stop me?
I have a little weapon. A very interesting little weapon.
Don't make me laugh.
You won't laugh, believe me.
All right, I've had enough of this. Let's go. Next stop, Washington.
Not so fast, Mr. Kent.
What did you say?
That's my little weapon. I have evidence and proof that Clark Kent and Superman are one and the same person. I can keep that secret. I can tell it to the world. Take your choice.
Shocked beyond belief, Superman stares at Richard Haller in speechless amazement. A sick, empty feeling at the pit of his stomach. In his heart of hearts, he realizes that the red-bearded Haller has somehow stumbled on the only weapon that could be used against him. The secret of his double identity. The knowledge that Clark Kent is Superman. Because once he is revealed as Superman, Clark Kent can no longer be effective as a champion of justice. For a fleeting moment, a wild and daring thought flashes through his mind. He's alone with Haller. In an instant, he could crush the slimy, red-bearded enemy of decency and end forever Haller's threat against humanity and himself. But that would be murder. Cold-blooded murder. What can Superman do? What would you do? Gang, don't miss Monday's episode for the thrill of your life. Nothing like this has ever happened to Superman before, and you'll want to hear what decision he makes. So tune in Monday, same time, same station, for Chapter 11 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman gets the shock of his life when he returns to Richard Haller's hideout to find the red-bearded traitor waiting for him.
I had a hunch you'd be back sooner or later, Mr. Kent.
What did you call me?
Kent. Your other name is Clark Kent, and don't bother to deny it, because I have evidence and proof that Clark Kent and Superman are one and the same person.
Before you get that proof, get this angle. Let's say you're riding in a rocket ship. Your pilot's about to land you on the moon. He flies straight up, away from the moon's surface, so the moon's gravity can pull the rocket down stern first. Then he speeds up the motors. Just enough so the upward thrust balances the downward gravity pull, eases you down backwards. A beautiful landing.
Exciting? I'll say it is. Like the excitement when you get your rocket model from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal.
Yes, a gyrocket that you launch right from your hand. A gyrocket that slashes into the air, up over the treetops.
A sleek, brilliant-colored gyrocket, almost half a foot long, with a slim, gleaming, streamlined wooden body.
The steel propeller at the stern bites into the air with maximum power.
With your gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just snap your arm up and watch the rocket streak off.
Send for a whole fleet of gyrockets right now. For each gyrocket you want, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. With the original Superman rocket burned beyond repair, and the only known model having exploded in midair, the fear that Richard Haller, rare book collector, big game hunter, and world enemy number one, was about to sell the secret of the rocket to a foreign power, no longer disturbs Superman. But, convinced that Haller is still dangerous, the Man of Steel returned to the red-bearded traitor's hideout in the woods, only to receive the shock of his life, when Haller, his bright, beady eyes gleaming, faced him and said,
I have evidence and proof that Clark Kent and Superman are one and the same person.
Now, where did you get that ridiculous information?
From very reliable sources. You don't deny it, do you?
I wouldn't waste time denying it.
Then you admit it.
I admit nothing. And if you think this little stall is going to save your neck, you're crazy. I'm delivering you to the FBI in Washington if it's the last thing I do.
Of course, you know the first thing I'll tell them and the world is that Clark Kent is Superman.
They'll laugh at you.
Not when I show them the proof.
What proof?
For one thing, even Kent's Bible. Your foster father's Bible.
My foster father? What are you talking about?
No use, Superman. I've got it in black and white. There were several entries in the back of Eben Kent's Bible. One had to do with a rocket that fell from the sky. A rocket with an infant boy in it. And there was another entry about how Kent's adopted the child. How they named him Clark and brought him up. About how big and strong he was. Stronger than any other boy in the county. It was simple for me to put 2 and 2 together.
Only this time, 2 and 2 don't make 4. You're barking up the wrong tree, Haller.
Am I? What about this? Tonight, before the fire, I emptied my automatic at Clark Kent. Now, I'm a cracked pistol shot, and I couldn't possibly have missed with all 8 bullets. And yet, Mr. Kent wasn't hit. Do you know why? Because the bullets bounced off his body.
All through?
Yes, I think that's enough. But don't let it worry you, Superman. I'll keep your secret if you keep mine.
Do you think even if your fantastic story were true that I'd make a deal with you?
If you don't, you're washed up. You'll never be able to work undercover again.
Now get this straight, Haller. I don't care what evidence you think you've got. I don't care whether it means the finish of me. I'm taking you to the FBI without any deals and without any bargains. And I'm taking you now.
I just spoke with Mr. Miller, Superman. He's leaving his home at once. He should be here in 45 minutes.
Oh, thank you. We'll wait. Sit down, Haller.
You're really going through with this, aren't you?
You bet I am.
All right. I know when I'm licked. I thought I could blackmail you into giving me a break, but I was wrong. What can I do now to square things?
You can't square anything with me.
Just suppose I gave you the secret of the Superman rocket.
You can't give it to me because you haven't got it. The original rocket went up in flames and the model you tested exploded. You forgot one small detail. I know that detail, and once I dispose of you, I'm going to build a model myself.
You can't. The original's gone. It's melted steel and ashes. You can't make another model. But maybe you won't have to. Maybe I have one already made.
That line won't work, Haller.
No, it isn't a line. Believe me, it's the truth. There is another model.
Really?
Yes. And if you take me to my house in Metropolis, if you can get me there in 20 minutes, you can have the model.
Huh. Why 20 minutes?
I'll tell you why. I gave the model to one of my men. He's going to call my house at 3 a.m. It's 20 minutes to 3 now. If I'm not there, he has orders to destroy the model.
Why are you doing this? Why this sudden change of heart?
I told you I know I'm licked. Maybe if I cooperate, the FBI won't be so hard on me.
I don't trust you, Haller. You're up to something.
No, believe me, I'm not. I'm just trying to make things easier for myself. What could I possibly hope to gain by lying to you now?
Oh, nothing, really.
No, absolutely nothing. I gambled on being able to threaten you into playing ball with me, and I lost. Now I might just as well cooperate. Doesn't that make sense?
Yes, I suppose it does.
Then take me to Metropolis. There's only 15 minutes left.
All right, Haller. I'll take a chance. As you said, what can I lose?
You'll lose nothing, but we must hurry. Time is short.
Don't worry about the time. I'll get you there before 3. Let's go, Haller. A minute and a half to go, Haller. Where's your pal's phone call?
He'll call, don't worry.
He'd better. For your sake, more than mine.
Why won't you trust me? Didn't I give you even Kent's Bible?
When a man like you gives something away, especially something as valuable as you think that Bible is, I really get suspicious.
I'm smart enough to know when I'm licked. When you wouldn't play ball with me, even to save the secret of your double identity, I knew I was through.
Less than a minute left now.
Joe will call. I can depend on him.
25 seconds.
He'll call, I tell you.
20 seconds.
Joe never let me down. He won't now.
15 seconds. 14. 13. 12.
tensely, their eyes on the large grandfather clock in Richard Haller's trophy room. Superman and Haller hear the last seconds before the fatal hour tick away. Was Haller telling the truth? And will his man phone? Or, as Superman half suspects, is Haller trying to set a trap? We'll be back in a moment to find out. So stand by.
Talk about phone calls. You'll want to phone all your friends about the fun you're having with your Gyrocket.
That's the terrific hand-sized rocket model from Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal.
Yes, sir. A Gyrocket all your own. A slim, gleaming Gyrocket, almost half a foot long. A Gyrocket that you yourself can launch to zoom up, flashing into the sky, up over the treetops.
Correct. A Gyrocket shaped of brilliant colored wood, slender and streamlined.
At the power end is a glittering steel propeller that packs the Gyrocket with power.
Remember, this Gyrocket is not a flimsy cardboard cutout, but a rugged steel and wood model built to stand up under hundreds of launchings. And with your Gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod plus a wooden rocket launcher.
Right. It's so simple to operate, anybody can launch it right from his hand. Then watch the Gyrocket streak up into the air.
Now's the time to get in on all the excitement and fun. Get several Gyrockets. Start your fleet of the future today.
Listen carefully. For each Gyrocket you order, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. Don't delay. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. In Richard Haller's trophy room, where Superman and Haller are awaiting a phone call from one of Haller's henchmen, the long hand of a large grandfather clock has just closed on the hour.
3 o'clock. Your man didn't call, Haller.
Maybe the clock's fast.
We checked it with both of our watches, remember?
Oh, yeah.
All right, come on, Haller, open up. You knew there wasn't going to be any phone call. You're up to some trick. What is it?
No, it's no trick. I swear it's Superman. Maybe something happened to Joe.
Something's going to happen to you and no maybes unless you tell me the truth. There isn't another model of the rocket, is there?
Yes, there is.
There is, eh? Well.
Must be Joe now.
All right, answer it. And remember, I'm right here. So don't try anything.
Hello, that you, Joe? Everything okay? Oh, good. Bring it right over here. Hurry. Yes, to my house. Hold on. Yeah, there, you see? That was Joe. He's bringing the model right over.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You're a hard man to convince, but Joe will be here in a few minutes, and then you'll see for yourself.
I wrapped it in this paper, boss.
Okay, Joe, here. Here's your model, Superman. Do you believe now I'm shooting straight with you?
Oh. Looks like the right model, but...
It is the right model. We made it the same time we made the other one, from the same designs and the same dies.
There seems to be a slight difference. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Well, there can't be any difference. It's a perfect scale duplicate of the original Superman rocket.
Well, I'll find out soon enough. I'm going to take care of that little detail that you found missing in the other one and then test the model.
You are? Where? When?
That's my business, Haller. I'm going to get to work right now. Oh, by the way, don't either of you try to leave this house. The police squad I called for is on the grounds now.
Oh, we won't try to leave.
Good.
Oh, Superman.
Yes?
If the model works, and I'm sure it will, the FBI ought to appreciate my cooperation, huh?
That's up to them. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Gee, boss, I don't know what you're up to, but I don't like it. Monkeying around with Superman. He's too big.
The bigger they are, Joe, the harder they fall. And Superman's going to fall like a ton of bricks.
Rubbing his hands gleefully, red-bearded Richard Haller looks quite pleased with himself. What is he up to? Has he set a trap? And has Superman fallen into it? Yes, fellows and girls, Haller has set a cunning trap, which may prove to be too much for even Superman. We'll find out more about it tomorrow when Superman tests the model of the amazing rocket which brought him to Earth and which he now hopes may be used to preserve peace. So be sure to listen. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 12 of The Secret Rocket.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Following the destruction of the Superman rocket, Richard Haller, who had planned to sell it to foreign agents, was captured by Superman. But Haller was defiant, threatening that unless he was freed, he would reveal to the world that Superman and Clark Kent were one and the same person. Although badly shaken, the Man of Steel refused to release the red-bearded traitor, even though it meant exposing his own precious secret. Apparently defeated, Haller surrendered to Superman his dead foster father's Bible, which linked him with Clark Kent, and also a small-scale model of the Superman rocket. Leaving Haller's house under police guard, the Man of Steel, in his guise of Clark Kent, hurried to the suburban home of Perry White, gray-haired editor of the Metropolis Daily Planet.
Great Caesar's ghost. Well, where have you been, Kent? Lots of places, Chief, but there's no time to go into that now. Listen. Now, don't give me that routine. Please. I told you there isn't time now. I'll give you all the details later, but right now I want you to do something for me.
No, you do, eh?
Yes.
You haven't time to tell me, your editor, what keeps you away from the office for 3 days, but you've got plenty of time to ask for a favor.
Now, look.
Well, now, you listen to me.
No, you
fellow.
listen. Don't. I'm not asking for favors for myself. This involves our national security and the peace of the entire world. Is that clear?
Yeah, clear as mud. Well, go ahead. I'm listening.
It's about time. John Carter, president of that big jewelry shop on the avenue, is a friend of yours, isn't he?
A very good friend. What about it?
I want you to phone him right now and ask him to meet me at his store at once. Tell him to give me whatever I want and to charge it to the Daily Planet.
To the Planet? Now, wait. What do you want?
Oh, will you stop wasting precious time and do as I say, Chief? Now, take my word for it. The Planet will be repaid in full by the government of the United States.
Well, all right, Kent. But I wish you'd tell...
Everything later at the office. Now, get on the phone and call Carter, please. Tell him I'll be waiting for him at his store. So long, Chief, and thanks.
Keep all our precious stones in this vault, Mr. Kent. Now, let's see, you said it was a diamond you wanted.
The finest diamond you have, Mr. Carter. Must be absolutely flawless.
Our best diamonds are in this drawer. Now, here we are. Shall we take them upstairs where there's a better light?
No, it won't be necessary. This light is good enough for me. My, these are beautiful stones.
We'll find her in the country.
No, I can't see any flaws in this diamond.
I can assure you there aren't any. The stones in this drawer are perfect.
Scarcely any color in it either.
Well, that one doesn't have much pigment. Some of the others have fine coloring, though. Now,
You don't understand, Mr. Carter. I want one as nearly colorless as possible.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Most people prefer stones with distinct coloring. May I ask why you don't?
Well, because the less color it has, the less it'll be affected by radioactivity.
Radioactivity? I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't explain. The only trouble with this diamond is its size. You wouldn't have a vise and a power drill, would you?
No, I haven't, but look, Mr. Kent, if you entertain any idea of cutting the stone yourself, forget it. The diamond is the hardest mineral in the world. It requires special tools and skilled workmen to cut it.
Well, I can handle it myself with Jimmy Olsen's tools. He has a pretty good workshop in his basement.
Mr. Kent, it's impossible.
Just leave it to me, Mr. Carter. Perry White talked to you about charging this to the Daily Planet, didn't he?
Yes, that's quite all right, but I wish you'd listen to me.
Thanks loads, and good night. Now I'll just set the model in the vise here, Jim, like this.
Well, it looks like a little rocket, Mr. Kent.
That's exactly what it is. It's the model of the Superman rocket.
The what?
The Superman rocket. The one in which Superman came to Earth from the planet Krypton a long time ago.
What?
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. There, that ought to hold.
You are. How could you have a model of Superman's rocket?
Well, it's a long story, but take my word for it. This is it. Now, get me your power drill, will you, Jim? The one I gave you for Christmas.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Tell me
There's
what...
no time, Jim. I've got to find out if I'm right about this and if Haller played square with me. If he didn't, I've got to get back to that red-bearded rascal.
What red-bearded rascal?
Will you get me the drill?
Oh, okay. You're always doing this, Mr. Kent. You spring a big surprise, like this being a model of Superman's rocket, and then you won't explain.
Later, I said. What's the finest point you have, Jim, for drilling through steel?
32nd of an inch. That do?
Uh-huh, I think so.
I was using it just the other night. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, let me have it, will you? And the drill, please. Oh, yes, and plug in your electric soldering iron.
Okay. Here's the drill.
Thanks.
Now, will you please tell me what this is all about, Mr. Kent? Where did you...
Later. Better step back a little, Jim. Gonna bore a hole in the nose of the rocket.
What are you doing that for?
I'm going to insert a diamond chip in the nose.
A diamond chip?
Uh-huh. There was a diamond hidden in the nose of the Superman rocket. Haller and his experts missed it when they built the two models. It's my hunch that the diamond acted as a governor.
Huh?
You see, the diamond is the hardest mineral known and the most heat-resistant. I think it governed the speed of the rocket, prevented it from going too fast and burning up by slowing it down when too much heat flowed through it. It swerved the rocket's direction when it was approaching cosmic dust, powerful meteors, and so on. You follow?
Well, not exactly, but...
There, that ought to do it. Now, let's see if I squeeze the diamond small enough.
What do you mean, squeeze the diamond?
Just a figure of speech, Jim. Here we are. I think it'll do.
That's the smallest diamond I ever saw. You're going to put it in the rocket's nose, huh?
Uh-huh, and I hope it does the trick. There, I can push it into place with the drill. That does it. Now let's have the soldering iron, Jim. I want to seal the opening in the nose.
Coming up. Hey,
Thanks.
Golly. You think that little diamond chip will do the trick, huh?
Keep your fingers crossed.
Jeepers.
There, it's sealed. Now we just take the model out of the vise. I wonder.
What, Mr. Kent?
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, Jim, but this model seems different in some way.
Different? What do you mean?
From the first model and the original Superman rocket.
Different? How?
I don't know. It seems to be identical, and yet... Well, maybe I'm just imagining it because I don't trust Haller. Sure, that's probably all it is. All right, let's go.
Oh, where?
To Metropolis Park to find out if I've solved the secret of the Superman rocket.
Followed by Jimmy Olsen, eager and excited, Clark Kent heads for Metropolis Park to test the tiny rocket. What will happen? We'll be back in a moment for the amazing climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
Say, don't think everything around here is secret, because we're coming right out with news that's sensational. Yes, news about your gyrocket.
A real gyrocket, a terrific hand-sized rocket model. A gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal.
It's a fact. A gyrocket that you can launch right from your hand to zoom into the sky, a flashing streak of brilliant color.
Yes, a gyrocket with a gleaming, brightly colored wooden body, slender and streamlined to the last inch. Almost half a foot long.
At the power end is a steel propeller designed for rotational thrust.
And the launching's a cinch, because with your gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just hold the launching rod in your hand, flick your arm, and then off it goes, knifing its way through the air up over the treetops.
Get in on the fun right away. Send for several gyrockets. Get a whole rocket fleet of the future.
Right. Then practice up with your gyrockets. And challenge your friends to distance and speed contests and spot landing.
Now listen. For each gyrocket you order, today send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Don't forget, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. The sun, a great orange ball, is just rising as Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen reach Metropolis Park. Over grass still wet with dew, Kent leads Jimmy to a large and deserted stretch of lawn and removes the tiny, gleaming rocket model from his topcoat pocket.
This place ought to do, Jim.
Gosh, I'm nervous as a cat, Mr. Kent.
I am a bit jittery myself. Let's see now. The directional finders are set. The rocket should go up to its peak altitude, then level out and circle back.
We hope.
We hope. Well, here goes.
Hey, wait. What about the fuel?
Oh, the chambers have enough gas and liquid oxygen to get the rocket started. When it's underway, it draws its own fuel out of the air.
Oh.
All right, Jim, take a deep breath now. Here goes.
Wow. Look at it go, Mr. Kent.
Huh? So far, so good.
Golly, it's practically out of sight already.
I can see it. Should reach its peak altitude in a moment. It's above the clouds now. Yes, it's starting to level off. It's performing beautifully, Jim.
It is?
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't see it at all anymore.
I can see it clearly. Beginning to circle and come back. We did it, Jim. We did it.
We? Oh, you mean you
Wait
did
a minute. What the?
What's the matter?
Well, I don't know. I can't see it anymore.
You can? Well, you just
Jim,
said...
that rocket's disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, it just vanished. It's gone.
Color draining from his face, Clark Kent peers up into the sky, where but a moment before, the tiny rocket model was performing brilliantly, but now has suddenly disappeared. How can this be? Kent is Superman, possessed of supervision. How could the rocket have vanished before his very eyes? Can this be what Richard Haller meant when he predicted a surprise for Superman? There's a thrill a minute in store for you in tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls, so be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 13 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Clark Kent, accompanied by Cub reporter Jimmy Olsen, launches the tiny model of the Superman rocket in Metropolis Park. And something amazing occurs.
The model's reached its peak altitude now, Jim. It's leveling off. Starting to circle back.
It is?
Uh-huh.
So high up, I can't see it anymore, Mr. Kent.
I can. Wait. Great Scott.
What's the matter?
Well, it disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, Jim. It just vanished into thin air.
Now stand by just a minute for another red-hot angle on rockets. Say, do you know how fast rocket ships will travel? Just listen to these notes.
In the time between those two notes, a rocket has gone 1 whole mile.
Sure, travels so fast it can go from the moon to the Earth in 3 days. Imagine. And then the rocket ship would have to circle the Earth for 24 hours to slow down enough for a landing.
Right. The very thought of rockets is exciting. And you can get in on all this excitement. You can get a gyrocket, the sensational rocket model.
Yes, a gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. A gyrocket that you yourself can launch right from your hand. A brilliant colored streak flashing out over the treetops.
Think of it. A gyrocket with a sleek, gleaming wood body, almost half a foot long, slim and streamlined for minimum drag.
And the propeller at the stern bites into the air with maximum power. Yet launching your gyrocket's a cinch, for with it you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
Now listen. These gyrockets are going like crazy, so send for yours today. To get your gyrocket, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When Richard Haller, a cunning, red-bearded adventurer, secured the wreckage of the amazing rocket in which Superman had come to Earth from the planet Krypton, he made 2 small-scale models for test purposes, intending to sell the secret to foreign agents. The first model caught fire and burned in the air, but Superman, who witnessed that test unseen, was able to see a slight but important difference between the model and the original Superman rocket. That night, the original was destroyed by fire, but Superman captured Haller and received from him the second little model. Boring a hole in the nose, he inserted a flawless diamond chip, and at dawn, in his guise of Clark Kent, and accompanied by cub reporter Jimmy Olsen, he took the model to Metropolis Park, where he launched it. The tiny rocket performed brilliantly, but suddenly, high in midair, it disappeared.
I must be dreaming it. It vanished, Jim.
Oh, relax, Mr. Kent. It's just up so high you can't see it.
Oh, I could if it was there. I was following it. I could see it clearly, but now I can't see it anymore. You wait here, Jim.
Where are you going?
Stay where you are.
Why? Where are you going? Mr. Kent? Mr. Kent! Hey, Mr. Kent!
Ow, into these bushes. Jim won't be able to see me here. Ow. Out of these clothes. This is a job for Superman. Still can't see that model. I don't understand it. It didn't explode, and it couldn't just evaporate. I've got to find it. There we are, all set. Up and away!
Just about up here, over the ball field when it disappeared. Now, let's see. It started to circle to the west. Away! No, still don't see it. Up! Way up for a bird's-eye view. There's the whole park below me. There's Jim. What did happen to that model? It couldn't have fallen. I would have seen it. And yet, what else could have happened to it? There's the lagoon down there. All right, I'll search that and then every inch of the park. Away!
Streaking down, Superman hovers in furious flight over the gleaming lagoon, his keen eyes probing its depths for the tiny missing rocket model. Failing to find it there, he flashes away, swooping and wheeling over trees, bushes, lawns, searching every inch of the city park. Finally, confused and puzzled, he admits defeat and veers southward, heading for the nation's capital. A short time later, the Man of Steel is in conference with John Miller of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Colonel Reed of Military Intelligence.
The model was directly over the ball field, Mr. Miller, in the center of the park, when I lost sight of it. But it didn't fall into the park. I searched every inch of it.
Somebody might have picked it up, Superman.
The sun was just rising when it was launched, Mr. Miller. Except for a few attendants at the zoo and a few police officers, the park was deserted. And neither the zoo attendants nor the police officers picked up the model. I made sure of that.
It must have flown beyond the park, then.
I tell you it didn't, Colonel Reed. I had my eyes on it every moment. It had reached its peak altitude and was leveling off and circling back when it just disappeared.
You say it was a couple of miles up?
Yes, at least 2, maybe 3.
It may have caught fire the way the first model did and been destroyed.
No.
But it was only 18 inches long and miles up in the air. You could very well not have seen it burning up.
I would have seen it. It did not catch fire, Colonel Reed.
Now, look, Superman. It couldn't have just evaporated.
No, I can't understand it, Mr. Miller.
You say the original rocket was destroyed, Superman.
Completely and totally destroyed.
And this model you had was the only one?
Yes. Haller says that his designs, the dyes, everything went up in smoke when the barn burned.
He might be lying.
I don't think he is in this case. I saw the designs and dyes in the barn last night before the fire. And I don't remember them well enough to make the model myself. Wait a minute. Just remembered something.
Yes? What, Superman?
When Haller gave me the model, I had a feeling it wasn't quite the same as the first one, the one I saw him test.
Oh? How do you mean?
Well, not quite sure. It looked identical, and yet... Well, there seemed to be something different about it. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I wonder if Haller didn't do something to that model before he gave it to me. Something to make it disappear.
Oh, nonsense. Well, as I see it, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, the model which absorbs its fuel from the atmosphere is still flying. 2, it escaped your sight, Superman. Maybe the sun got in your eyes and it fell somewhere.
Oh, you're wrong, Colonel.
I agree with Colonel Reed.
I'll go to Metropolis at once and organize a search for it.
I'll go with you. I want to see this Richard Heller.
Well, I repeat, you're both wrong, but I want to see Haller, too, for another reason. So if you don't mind traveling via Superman Express, I'll take you both to his house in a matter of seconds.
Fine with me. How about you, Colonel?
Excellent.
Okay. Up with this window, then. Now, there we are. All set?
Ready? Go ahead, Superman.
Hang on, then. Up and away! Sergeant Healy, this is Colonel Reed of Military Intelligence.
How do you do?
How do you do,
This
Sergeant?
is Mr. Miller of the FBI.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Hello, Sergeant. I understand you've got Haller waiting for us inside.
He's waiting all right, just as Superman left him.
That's what you think. Come inside, all of you.
Yeah?
What's up? You'll see for yourselves. Hurry.
Well, how do you like that? He got away.
Right, Sergeant, and he took his Hindu servant and a gunman named Joe with him.
I thought you and your men were watching this house, Sergeant.
We were, sir. Nobody came out of it. I can't understand this.
It's simple, Sergeant. Tragically simple. The garage is connected to the house, and the garage doors lead out into the alley.
We didn't get out through the garage. I've got a man stationed in the alley.
Yes, you'll find your man lying there with a bullet in his back.
What's that?
Chances are he was shot from the garage window with a silencer-equipped revolver.
Holy mackerel, I've got to see about this.
Well, Superman, now what?
I'm afraid Haller outsmarted me, Colonel. It's my hunch that he has the rocket model, which I completed for him. And unless we can work a miracle, the next time we see it, a full-scale version of it may endanger all our lives.
Grimly, Superman makes a dread statement to Colonel Reed and FBI Agent Miller. Is he right? We'll be back in a moment to find out and to discover what happened to the tiny rocket. So stand by.
Looks like everybody's itching to get hands on the Superman rocket.
Yes, and everybody in your neighborhood will be itching to fly your Gyrocket, the terrific hand-sized rocket model.
That's right. A Gyrocket offered to you by Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. A Gyrocket you yourself can send streaking into the sky. A brilliant colored Gyrocket, almost half a foot long, packed full of rocket thrills.
Yes, sir. A Gyrocket that's sleek, slim, and businesslike. Shaped of gleaming wood and streamlined to the last inch.
At the power end, a steel propeller develops rotational thrust. And with your Gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
Right. With just a flick of your arm, you send your Gyrocket flashing into the sky, up over the treetop.
Get in on the fun right away. Send for several Gyrockets. Be captain of a whole rocket fleet of the future. Then you're all set to have exciting games with your friends. Speed and distance and accuracy landing contests.
But you may miss out on the fun unless you order your Gyrocket today. For each Gyrocket you order, send 15 cents in a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is send a Kellogg's Pep box top together with a dime and a nickel and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
Now, back to the adventures of Superman. On the top floor of an abandoned warehouse about a mile and a half from Metropolis Park, two men stand beneath a grimy open skylight. One of the men is short, stocky, and bald. With his plump hands, he has disjointed a tall metallic rod and is packing the sections into a leather suitcase. This is Arnold Schweitzer, at one time the German High Command's leading authority on rocket bombs. Beside him stands a tall, powerfully built man with red hair and a thick red beard. He is Richard Haller, collector of rare books, big game hunter, and world enemy number one. His eyes gleam as he examines the tiny model rocket in his hand.
Yes, this is the model, all right, Schweitzer. No doubt about it.
Of course it is, Mr. Haller. Did I not tell you that if it was launched anywhere within 500 miles of here, I would secure it?
How did you do it?
You have heard of radio-controlled planes, Nine?
Yes.
You see this directional fin near the propeller and the thin filament of wire on its underside?
Yes.
That wire receives radio impulses.
Radio impulses?
Yeah, and transmits them to a tiny control I placed in the propeller shaft itself.
Huh?
The control, of course, was tuned to a special shortwave beam so that broadcasting from my transmitter here, I was able to guide the flight and direction of the rocket.
So that's it. The rocket was radio-controlled, and when Superman launched it, you brought it in here.
That is correct. And thanks to Superman, we now not only have the model reconstructed, but also the one thing we overlooked, the diamond in the head.
Nothing can stop us now, Schweitzer. Nothing. A pack up as fast as you can and let's clear out of here. We leave for Europe tonight.
Tonight? With the FBI and Superman looking for us? Would it not be better to wait?
Don't worry, all arrangements have been made. A special plane is waiting to take us to our destination. By this time tomorrow, Schweitzer, we'll have more money than we ever dreamed of. And a nice, safe place to spend it when Superman rockets start falling on this country.
So, Superman was right. He was out-tricked. And now the secret of his aerial rocket is in Richard Haller's hands. Haller and his henchman Schweitzer leave for somewhere in Europe tonight, taking with them the only existing model of the fabulous Superman rocket, which they plan to sell to a foreign power. Is there no way of stopping them? Gang, don't miss a single episode from now on, because each one is packed with excitement as the Man of Steel wages a tense battle for himself and for the world. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 14 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This program came from New York. Listen now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman is forced to stand by helplessly as an urgent message crackles over the airwaves.
All persons within a 2,000-mile radius of Metropolis are urged to be on the lookout for a small model of an aerial rocket about 18 inches long, shaped like a cigar. Anyone finding or seeing this rocket will please report at once to Colonel Reed of Military Intelligence in Washington or local police authorities.
But even as the message blankets the country, two men hold a conversation in an abandoned Metropolis warehouse.
Now that we have the model, Mr. Haller, what do we do? It's like holding dynamite in our hands.
Everything is taken care of, Schweitzer. A plane is waiting to take us out of the country tonight. Tomorrow we'll have more money than we ever dreamed of. And we'll be in a safe place when Superman rockets blow the United States off the map.
But first, for a new rocket angle, there's this. Let's suppose you've just landed your rocket ship on the moon. Of course, you want to get out and explore.
So you put on your spacesuit. With it, you carry oxygen tanks so you can breathe.
Because there's not a bit of air on the moon. And you'll find you can easily jump 30 feet in the air, because gravity on the moon is only 1/5 of what you're used to.
Is rocket flight exciting? It's terrific. And now you can get in on the excitement of rockets and space travel. You can get a Gyrocket, the thrilling, hand-sized rocket model.
Yes, a Gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. A Gyrocket you can launch right from your hand. A zipping, zooming, flashing Gyrocket that you send streaking into the sky up over the treetops.
Think of it. A Gyrocket with a sleek, brilliant-colored wooden body. Almost half a foot long, slim and streamlined.
The propeller at the stern develops maximum thrust. And launching's a cinch, because your Gyrocket comes complete with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
But these Gyrockets are just about gone, so send for yours today. For each Gyrocket, mail 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a Kellogg's Pep box top plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. By inserting a diamond chip in the nose of a tiny rocket, the only existing model of the aerial rocket in which he had come to Earth from the planet Krypton, Superman recreated a weapon which could either be the greatest power in the world for peace or an instrument of unbelievable destruction. But in a test flight, the model disappeared before Superman's very eyes. As we learned yesterday, a German rocket expert named Schweitzer, who was in league with Richard Haller, a cunning, unscrupulous adventurer, had drawn the rocket to a warehouse by means of radio control. Unable to locate either Haller or the model, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, the mild-mannered reporter, returned to the office of Perry White, editor of the Metropolis Daily Planet.
A fine mess you made of things, Kent. A fine mess.
Well, don't rub it in, Chief. I feel bad enough.
Oh, you feel bad, do you?
Yes.
Well, how'd you feel if some crazy loon like Hitler gets hold of that model, manufactures full-size rockets, and begins showering us with them?
That's exactly what I'm afraid might happen.
In here?
Yes, come in.
Get out of here, Olson.
I just want to ask Mr. Kent.
You can ask him anything you want in 5 minutes, when you're both out looking for new jobs.
Huh? You mean I'm fired again?
You bet you are, and without notice.
That's the third time this month.
I mean it this time.
You always say that. Listen, Mr. Kent, did you hear anything from the FBI?
No, Jim. The model hasn't been found, and neither has Haller nor any of his gang.
Well, if the rocket fell someplace, someone will find it.
It didn't fall, Jim.
Then maybe it's still flying, and it'll be spotted.
No, I set its directional finders to bring it back after it reached its peak altitude. And it did circle and start back when it disappeared. I don't know. I think Haller somehow got hold of it.
Well, how could he?
He and his experts had a chance to tamper with it before they delivered it to me last night. I know it sounds fantastic, but, well...
Well, what, mastermind?
I think what might have happened is that...
Just a minute. Hello? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. For you, Kent.
Oh, thanks. Oh, Kent speaking.
This is John Miller, Kent, FBI.
Oh, yes, Mr. Miller.
Superman said I could contact him through you.
Well, yes, that's right.
Well, get in touch with him then and tell him to come to 121 West 18th Street. Something's just broken on this case.
121 West 18th? Right, he'll be there in a few minutes, Mr. Miller. I've got to run. See you two later.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you going, Kent?
No time to explain it now, Chief. So long.
Leaving Perry White's office, Clark Kent hurries to a deserted storeroom where he quickly strips off his business suit to reveal the blue costume and brilliant red cape of Superman. Then, raising a window, up and away! He streaks away like an arrow shot from a giant bow, and seconds later enters an abandoned warehouse on West 18th Street. Several men, some with cameras and flashlights, move cautiously about the dusty top floor. Under an open skylight stands John Miller of the FBI and a small elderly man with white hair and faded, kindly blue eyes.
Tell Superman what you saw this morning, Mr. Peters.
Well, sir, I was up on my roof, just after daylight was, taking care of my pigeons. I always feed them and give them a little flight first thing in the morning.
Mr. Peters lives right across the street, Superman.
I see.
I just released my birds, and they were beginning to circle up. Then I heard something, kind of a steady hum.
A hum?
Yes. Kept getting louder and louder. Sounded like a swarm of bees. But pretty soon I heard it right over my head. But still I couldn't see a solitary thing.
It might have been a plane, too far up for you to see.
No, I finally saw it. And it wasn't a plane.
Oh? What was it?
Well, I wouldn't want to say for sure. I had only a quick glimpse of it before it bumped against a long steel pole sticking up out of this skylight. Then dropped down into the warehouse. It seemed, well, misty-like. I could hardly make it out. But it was like a long metal pencil or maybe like a silvery cigar.
Oh?
And it had a little propeller on it.
A propeller? Are you sure?
Well, I wouldn't want to swear to it. As I say, it was like trying to see something in a thick mist, even though there wasn't any mist this morning. But I'm pretty sure.
Mr. Miller, if this man is right, he may have seen the missing rocket model.
Well,
it could have been drawn here by radio control. The steel pole Mr. Peters saw sticking up through the skylight might have been connected with a shortwave receiver.
I suppose it's possible.
And the difficulty he had in seeing the rocket from only a few feet away, the sort of mist around it, must have been due to some sort of camouflage on the model. A camouflage so good even I couldn't see through it.
Oh, Mr. Miller.
What is it, Johnson?
Adams just called in from the lab. One set of fingerprints we found here are Richard Haller.
They are.
I knew it.
Haller received a permit to carry a gun several years ago, and the prints checked.
Then Haller has the model. You were right, Superman. Now we've got to stop him before he can get out of the country with it. Come on. We've got work to do.
Emergency order to all state, city, township, and village enforcement officers. Wanted, Richard Haller, 6 feet 2, weight 195 pounds. Red hair and red beard. Age 46. Well educated. Probably armed Schweitzer, or American named George Barton, suspected of attempting to leave country with small rocket model. This man must be found.
Driving on the main highway, that's not safe, Mr. Haller. Why do we not drive on side roads?
This is the fastest way, Schweitzer. The plane is waiting for us. We're taking off tonight in 2 hours.
But you heard on the radio, Superman, the FBI, the police all over the country look for us.
Don't worry. They won't find us. Oh, what's that?
What?
Looks like a roadblock up ahead.
Roadblock? Quickly, Mr. Haller, turn back.
Relax, Schweitzer. Leave everything to me.
His big hands steady on the wheel, Richard Haller drives toward where a car blocks the highway, and 3 men in high boots, coatless, one with a star on his vest, stand ready with rifles resting in the crooks of their arms. What will happen? We'll be back in a moment to find out, so stand by.
Seems as though everyone's chasing after the Superman rocket.
Right, and when everyone in your neighborhood sees your gyrocket, they'll be chasing after one themselves.
Because the gyrocket is your sensational flying rocket model. A gyrocket you yourself can launch right from your hand to go zooming up in the sky, a brilliant streak of flashing color.
A gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. A gyrocket with a gleaming, brightly colored wooden body, slender and streamlined, almost half a foot long.
At the power end, the steel propeller packs rotational thrust. And with your gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just flick your arm and the gyrocket is off, knifing its way through the air, soaring up and up over the treetops.
Get yourself in on the fun right now. Get several gyrockets. Get a whole rocket fleet of the future. You can paint squadron insignia and numbers on the side of each one. Then you'll always know your gyrockets when you have exciting speed and distance contests with your friends. Yes, it's a barrel of fun.
But you've got to act quickly today. This offer is too red hot to last much longer. So for each gyrocket you order, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a Kellogg's Pep box top plus a dime and a nickel and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Driving to a rendezvous with the plane, which is to take them out of the country with the precious model of the Superman rocket, Richard Haller and Arnold Schweitzer have been stopped at a roadblock on a country highway. As 2 men stand by with rifles, a tall man with a star on his vest approaches the car, covering it with the broad beam of a flashlight.
What's the trouble, officer?
Just sit where you are. I want to have a look at you.
At us? Why?
Got my reasons?
Your flashlight hurts my eyes.
Don't see no red beard nor red hair neither on you, are you, partner?
Of course not. What do you mean?
We're looking for a feller with red hair and a red beard. Okay, you can get going.
Thanks, and I hope you find your man. Good night, officer. You can relax, Schweitzer.
Never was I so scared, Mr. Haller.
Amazing what a little hair dye and a razor can do, huh?
How much farther is it to the plane?
We'll be there in about an hour. And then not even Superman can stop us. We'll be sitting on top of the world.
Chuckling, Richard Haller drives on, swiftly closing the gap of short miles between him and the getaway plane. Meanwhile, at FBI headquarters with John Miller, Superman watches reports of the nationwide search for Richard Haller come in over the teletype.
No soap in Jersey. Nothing from Pennsylvania, blank in Delaware and Maryland. The only luck we're having so far, Superman, is bad luck.
I don't think we'll ever find Haller this way, Mr. Miller.
We've got to find him. He's clever,
He's too clever to be caught in the ordinary way. There's only one way he can be stopped before he delivers that rocket model to a foreign government.
What do you mean?
It's up to me. There's a chance, just one, and a slim one at that. But maybe I can do it.
What does Superman mean? What is the one slim chance he has to stop Richard Haller before it's too late? We'll find out tomorrow when Superman undertakes the most exciting and spectacular feat of his career. Oh, be sure to tune in. Same time, same station, for Chapter 15 of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, having eluded a vast police dragnet, Richard Haller and Arnold Schweitzer arrive at a dark cove some 300 miles below Metropolis. A huge four-motored flying boat showing no lights rests on the black water, a dim looming shadow in the moonless night. And shortly, Haller and Schweitzer are aboard.
You're ready to leave, Mr. Haller? The sooner we see the last of the United States, the better. Hey, Schweitzer?
Yeah, let us start at once before Superman finds us.
He'll never find us now. Let's go, Ramos.
One moment. The rocket model. You have it with you, of course.
Naturally. It's right here in this box. Tomorrow your government can have it. For a price.
Good. Then we go. Manuel, proceed.
Yes, senor.
Now, let's proceed to another rocket angle. Just listen. Suppose you're in your rocket ship. You blast your way up past the Earth's atmosphere.
But you've used a lot of fuel to overcome gravity, so before you continue further, you stop at a filling station right in space. This space station is about 500 miles up. Keeps making circles round the Earth like a small moon.
That's the kind of excitement you may see in the rocket age. But right at the present, you can share all this rocket excitement. Now you can get a terrific hand-sized rocket model, the Gyrocket.
Yes, sir, a Gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. A Gyrocket that streaks right out of your hand, goes soaring into the sky.
Think of it, a Gyrocket almost half a foot long, with a slim wooden body in red or blue or yellow.
The propeller at the stern bites into the air with rotational power, yet launching your rockets a cinch. Because with it, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You snap your arm up and watch the rocket streak off up over the treetops.
Now, don't get left out of all the excitement. Send for your Gyrocket right now. For each Gyrocket you order, mail 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this Gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A tiny model rocket, scarcely more than a foot long, is the cause of one of the greatest manhunts in history. For this sleek little object, which appears as harmless as a toy, is the only existing model of the amazing aerial rocket in which Superman came to Earth from the planet Krypton. At full size, it can travel unlimited distances at supersonic speed and represents the most terrible weapon yet known to man. But the model is now in the hands of Richard Haller, who at this moment is en route by plane to a foreign country, where he has arranged to sell the rocket for a tremendous price. As the hours go by and Haller remains at large, Superman in Mr. Miller's office at the FBI headquarters comes to a desperate decision.
I'm certain Haller skipped the country, Mr. Miller. And there's only one person alive who might still prevent him from carrying out his plan.
Who?
Superman.
You?
Yes. But before I tell you what I propose to do, I need your help.
What do you mean?
Your men intercepted a letter some time ago offering the Superman rocket for sale. It was written to a foreign agent.
That's right.
Who was that agent?
What country does he represent?
His name is Ramos.
Ramos?
Yes, but we don't know what country he represents. We don't even know his nationality.
You don't?
No, he's a mysterious devil and a cunning one. During the war, he worked for the Nazis, and he remained in Europe after the war. Now, chances are he's working for one of the few countries there which don't belong to the United Nations.
You said there. You mean in Europe?
Yes. Of course, I'm not positive.
Sounds like a good hunch to me, and I'm going to play it. Now, goodbye, Mr. Miller. You'll be hearing from me.
Oh, just a minute. Where are you going?
I'm heading for Europe.
Oh, wait, man. You can't go barging into other countries making searches and accusations. That's practically an act of war.
Well, I don't intend to go barging into other countries. I'm going to do my hunting in no man's land.
No man's land?
The free air over the Atlantic Ocean, 100 miles or so off the European coastline. I'm going to patrol that coastline, and if Haller tries to come through by sea or by air, I'll get him.
But good heavens, man. Even you can't cover a territory that large. Why, it's thousands of miles.
I can move pretty fast. Faster even than the Superman rocket.
I know, but...
And as I see it, this is our only chance to stop Haller. If I don't stop him, my own rocket, multiplied by hundreds, will destroy us and all other democratic nations. I heard Haller say that myself.
I don't think even you can do it, but... Well, come with me.
Where? There's no time to lose. I've got to get started.
I can help you, and it won't take a minute. Come this way. Now, this little portable radio outfit is more powerful than it looks, Superman.
Oh?
It can receive and transmit shortwave messages over a radius of 1,000 miles. Here, I'll help you strap it on your chest.
All right, thanks, Mr. Miller.
The Chief of Staff is instructing all naval and air units at sea to report any unidentified plane or ship to the battleship Dakota. The Dakota is taking up its position about midway in the Atlantic and will pass on any information to you.
Good. More eyes the better on this job. There we are. I'm all set. Now, just open this window. Well, goodbye, Mr. Miller.
Goodbye, Superman. And good luck.
Thanks. I'm going to need it. Up and away!
Leaping high above FBI headquarters, Superman takes a bearing from the stars, then streaks away to the east like a rushing comet, flashing through the heavens of night. High above the heaving black Atlantic, he hovers for a moment to peer in at a majestic clipper plane winging eastward. Then onward he streaks, only to check suddenly in a great rush of air and plummet downward like some giant bird of prey toward where a long, sleek yacht slides through the dark waves. Wheeling above it in furious flight, the Man of Steel satisfies himself that his quarry is not aboard. And then, on again he bolts into the east, toward where the sky is lightening, and the long, dim coastlines of Europe and Africa wind far below. Storm is building, thunder and flashing rain and mounting wind. But like a red and blue bolt, Superman flashes northward through the heightening storm, his keen eyes searching the lightning-shot air and salty sea below. High to the uppermost tip of Norway, and then back along the coasts of Europe and 1,000 miles of Africa. Moving far faster than the speed of sound, the Man of Steel veers and bolts northward again, dashing the rain from his eyes, unafraid of the lightning which crackles about him like mighty whips of fire, keeping tirelessly to his incredible patrol. Away! Faster! For hours he cruises as the fury of the storm increases, and then, suddenly, he hears a voice.
Superman? Dakota calling Superman. Come in, please.
Superman to Dakota. Go ahead.
Our radar picked up an unknown plane. At least we think it's a plane. About 2 hours ago. It was flying east, heading toward your first position at about 35,000 feet. We held it on the screen for 400 miles. It was holding the same position, due east, 3961. That would put it a bit south of dead mid-continent. Over.
I'll look into it and let you know. Wait. I think I hear a plane now. Over and out. Yes, that does sound like a plane. Above me and coming this way. Up! Up! It's a plane, all right. I'm sure of it. I can't see it yet, though. Wouldn't answer our ships and planes, eh? Well, maybe this is Mr. Haller coming right into my hands. Let's find out. Away!
His eyes gleaming, Superman flashes forward through the thick storm to meet the mysterious plane. Is it the plane carrying Richard Haller and the tiny rocket model? We'll be back in a moment to find out, so stand by.
Looks like Superman may finally get his rocket back again.
Sure, but right now's the time you can get your hands on a gyrocket. The sensational hand-sized rocket model. Right.
A gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal. A terrific gyrocket that you yourself can send streaking into the air, up over the treetops.
A gyrocket almost half a foot long, with a slim, gleaming wood body, slender and streamlined, blue or red or yellow.
At the power end, a steel propeller packs the gyrocket with power. And launching's easy as anything, because you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You hold the launching rod in your hand, flick your arm, and your rocket goes knifing into the sky, a brilliant streak of flashing color.
Remember, this is a rugged steel and wood model that's built to take it for hundreds of launchings.
Now, don't miss out on getting your gyrocket. Send for several gyrockets while the getting's good. Then you can play exciting rocket games with your friends, speed and distance and spot landings contests. Talk about fun.
But you've got to act right now. These terrific gyrockets are just about gone. For each gyrocket you order, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a Kellogg's Pep box top, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address, clearly printed, to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. High in the sky near the coast of Europe, Superman has heard the droning motors of an approaching plane above a raging storm. Flashing through driving rain and crackling lightning, he approaches it.
This storm is getting worse. I can hear that plane clearly now, but I can't see it. Seems to be ahead and to the right. Away!
The storm goes first, Mr. Haller.
Yes, Schweitzer, it does seem to be getting worse. Here comes Ramos. Maybe he can tell us something.
I have just spoken to the pilot, gentlemen. He says while the storm is bad, it is not too bad. He promises to deliver us safely at the airport within the hour.
Well, if he's not worried, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, but Mr. Haller, look!
What, Schweitzer?
There, outside the window, look!
Santa Maria, a man!
It's Superman!
Superman, home, we are lost!
Take it easy, Schweitzer. He can't see us through your camouflage on the plane.
But look, he comes closer.
He can't see us, I tell you. He couldn't see the rocket model when it was camouflaged, could he?
Oh, we are lost. What will we do?
All right, he can't see us, I tell you.
But he hears our motors. He knows there is a plane.
Oh, we are lost.
Quiet! Ramos, tell your pilot to cut the motors. Hurry.
In this storm? Oh, he's too dangerous.
Not as dangerous as Superman. It'll only be for a minute or two until we lose him. Hurry now.
Start saying your prayers, Haller. I'll have my hands on you in a moment. What the? I can't hear the plane. What happened to it? Great Scott! It's gone!
Staring about wildly, his keen ears alert for the sound of motors, Superman sees only driving rain and crackling lightning, hears only the fury of the storm, as he, at the very last, reached out his hands for Richard Haller, only to close them on empty air again and forever. Will the wily Haller once more elude the Man of Steel and deliver the Superman rocket model safely to an unfriendly nation? Whatever you do, gang, don't miss Monday's thrill-packed episode. Tune in same time, same station, for another chapter of The Secret Rocket on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, high over the Atlantic Ocean, Superman gropes through a raging storm for the cleverly camouflaged plane in which Richard Haller, world enemy number one, is escaping with the Superman rocket model.
I got you now, Haller. I can't see your plane, but I can hear it. I'll have my hands on it in a moment, and then I'll turn you over to... What the... I can't hear the plane anymore. Haller must have shut off the engines. He'll get away. Great Scott, what'll I do?
Now get set for the hottest offer you ever heard. Yes, sir, Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, has a something for you. A something that tops anything you've ever seen for sheer spine-tingling excitement.
Right. Hang on tight, everybody, because we're telling you about a gyrocket, a sensational flying rocket model.
That's a fact. A gyrocket that streaks right out of your hand, high into the sky.
Think of it, a gyrocket almost half a foot long, with a slender, streamlined body of sturdy wood, brilliant red or blue or yellow.
And get this, at the stern of your gyrocket, a steel propeller packs your gyrocket with power.
Yet launching's a cinch, for with your gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just hold the rod in your hand, flick your arm, and the gyrocket streaks into the air higher and higher up over the treetops. Every launching's a brand new thrill.
Send for several gyrockets today. You can be captain of a whole rocket fleet of the future. You can paint squadron numbers and insignia on each one, so you'll know yours when you have speed and distance contests with your friends.
But you've got to act right now, because in a few days, this offer goes off the air forever. So for each gyrocket you order, send a Kellogg's Pep box top plus 15 cents to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. Suspecting that Richard Haller was en route to a European country with the only existing model of the Superman rocket, Superman made a final desperate attempt to prevent the traitor from delivering the terrible weapon to an unfriendly foreign power. Streaking across the Atlantic, the Man of Steel patrolled the coast of Europe, and during a violent rain and electrical storm, he heard an unidentified plane approaching, but was unable to see it. Realizing that the plane was camouflaged, and that it probably carried Haller, Superman, guided by the roar of its four motors, groped his way toward it. But seeing the Man of Steel approach, Haller ordered the plane's engine halt.
We did it. We lost Superman. Look back, Schweitzer. You can't see him anymore.
Yeah, that is good, Mr. Haller. I thought our last moment had arrived.
He thought so, too. But I fooled him. I've got his rocket. I'll get millions for it. And when he sees it again, it'll be landing on his beloved country, blowing it to bits.
What happened?
Mr. Haller, the pilot says he must turn on the engines now.
Not yet, Ronald. I want to get farther away from Superman.
But without the engines in this storm, we are in great danger.
We'll be in worse danger if Superman grabs us. Tell your pilot to ride it out a few minutes longer.
I will tell him, but I do not like it.
Himmel! The plane is being tossed about like a feather.
We'll be all right.
Follow the lightning strikes us.
It didn't and it won't. My luck carried me this far. Won't let me down now.
Oh, we are falling. Mr. Haller, do something. We are falling, Mr. Haller.
Stop, you coward. The wind's just knocking us around a bit.
We are falling, I tell you. We will be killed.
Will you shut up, you chicken-hearted fool?
Mr. Haller, the pilot says he can no longer control the plane without the engines. Unless he turns them on at once, we will surely crash.
Himmel, Mr. Haller, please tell it to...
Okay, Reynolds.
Tell him to turn them on.
See. Start the engine, my boy.
I guess we gave Superman the slip by this time.
How long will it be before we reach our destination?
Not long. Another hour or so, and we can laugh at Superman and the whole world.
Greetings, gentlemen.
No, better, Mr. Haller. Look.
Superman.
Thanks for turning the motors on, Haller. You had me worried for a few minutes. Well, aren't you going to bring out the refreshments? When three old friends like us get together, it calls for a celebration.
Don't come any closer.
Are you kidding, Haller? You know that revolver can't hurt me.
The rocket model, it is in this little box.
I see it.
Shut up, Fletcher.
We will give it to you if you will let us go.
You'll give it to me, all right, but I'm not letting you go. We're all taking a trip back to Washington. So if you're ready...
Here you are. Now listen, I took photographs of your foster father's Bible. Those photographs will prove to the world that you're Clark Kent. Now I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you the photographs.
Save your breath, Haller. I told you once before that I don't make deals with traitors and murderers.
Your double identity. Your great secret will be revealed. I left the photographs in Metropolis with instructions that if anything happened to me, they were to be released to all newspapers.
Even if you were telling the truth, I'd still take you back to Washington. But you're lying. The photographs are in your suitcase. I can see them. We've wasted enough time now, so...
Don't come any closer. I'll throw the model through the window into the sea. I won't have it then, but neither will you.
I wouldn't try anything like that, Haller, if I were you.
I'll do it, I tell you. Unless you promise to let me go.
Never.
Take the model and let us go, Superman.
No,
One step more and the model goes to the bottom of the sea.
If you throw it, Haller, I'm going after it. But first, I'll tear the engines off your plane so you can't get away. You might drown before I get back to you.
You'll never find the model in this storm. Now listen to me, Superman.
I'm all through listening. Give me the model.
Give it to him, Haller.
No. Here it goes into the sea.
But, you fool. I've got to get that rocket, but I can't let you go, so now heaven help you. Out and away!
He did clear the motor off. Haller, you have destroyed us.
Speaking for the FBI, Superman, I want to thank you for all you did. This tiny rocket, which would have destroyed us, will now help us preserve peace throughout the world.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Miller.
And speaking for G2, I want to apologize to you, Superman, for ever dreaming that you could have been involved in anything dishonorable.
Oh, forget it, Colonel Reed. Well, I've got to leave now.
One moment, Superman. There's no doubt about Haller, Schweitzer, and Ramos being dead, is there?
None at all. By the time I'd located the model, their plane had crashed into the sea. I managed to rescue the pilot and the co-pilot, but the other three were done for.
I hate to say it, but they had it coming to them.
Is there anything else, gentlemen?
No, except thanks again.
A million thanks.
Don't thank me. I'm happy I could be of service. Oh, by the way, Mr. Miller, I'd like to ask a favor.
Certainly. What is it?
Well, Clark Kent of the Daily Planet was quite valuable to me in this matter. More valuable than you'll ever know. And so was Miss Lane of the same paper. If you have no objection, I'd like to give them a scoop on this story.
Well, I think they deserve it. How about it, Colonel?
If Superman wants it that way, it's fine with me.
I appreciate it. And so will Kent and Miss Lane. Well, goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Smiling for the first time in weeks, Superman leaves Washington, believing all his troubles are at an end. But unknown to him, his troubles are only beginning. A startling surprise is awaiting him in Metropolis at this very moment. We'll be back in a moment to find out about it, so keep listening.
Talk about surprises. You're in for a terrific surprise when you see the fun you can have with your Gyrocket. That's right, I said Gyrocket, the exciting rocket model offered to you by Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal.
Yes, sir, a Gyrocket that flies and zooms and streaks right out of your hand, high into the air. A Gyrocket almost half a foot long.
Correct, almost half a foot of sleek, streamlined body, made of gleaming wood in brilliant blue or red or yellow.
And get this, your Gyrocket has a steel propeller at the stern. A propeller that sends it biting into the air.
Yet launching's a snap, because with your Gyrocket you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You flick your arm and your rocket soars off, streaking into the sky, up over the treetops.
Remember, this Gyrocket is not a flimsy cardboard cutout. but solid steel and wood built for hundreds of launchings. Send for several gyrockets today. Then have thrilling contests with your friends. Test your fleet against theirs for speed and distance.
But be sure you send for your gyrocket right away. In a few days, this offer goes off the air forever. Get yours while the getting's good.
Here's all you do. For each gyrocket you order, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Returning to the Metropolis Daily Planet in his guise of Clark Kent, the mild-mannered, bespectacled reporter, Superman swiftly typed the story of the secret rocket and placed it on Editor Perry White's desk. As we join him now, he is in his own office as the gray-haired editor enters.
Congratulations, Ken, congratulations. Why, this is the finest piece of work you've ever done. Why, it's the finest piece of work any reporter has ever done.
Well, thanks,
Yes, and it's all ours. The scoop of the year. Here, give me your hand, Ken, give me your hand. I was pretty rough on you the other day. I want to apologize.
Oh, forget it, Chief. Listen, what about Lois?
Well, what about Lois?
Well, I mean, I suppose she's entirely recovered by now, isn't she?
Recovered?
Uh-huh.
Recovered from what?
Well, from her injury, of course.
What injury? What are you talking about?
Now, wait a minute. You mean she didn't tell you about being hurt at Haller's place?
Well, how could she? I haven't seen her since she left with you.
You haven't seen her?
Well, that's what I said. Now, what's this about her being hurt? Where is she?
Hey, now, just a minute, Chief. Let me get this straight. You didn't see Lois yesterday? Or today either?
Can't you hear well, Kent? How could I see Lois? She was away with you, wasn't she?
Well, not since the night before last when she was hurt.
Jumping catfish, then...
Wait a minute. Here's what happened as far as I know. Superman left Lois at a doctor's house in the country. Now, that was the night before last.
Uh-huh.
I stopped off there today on my way back from Washington, and the doctor said Lois left his house yesterday morning saying she was going back to Metropolis.
Yesterday morning?
That's right. And Cross Junction, where she was, isn't more than 4 or 5 hours from here, so she... wait a minute.
Well, who are you calling?
Calling Lois's apartment.
Well, don't bother. She isn't there.
Oh? How do you know?
Well, I called there all day yesterday and every half hour this morning until you showed up. Unless she...
Wait a minute, Chief. They're ringing now.
Lois isn't there, I tell you. I even talked to her superintendent this morning. I had him go up to her apartment
You're right. There's no answer.
I told you she's not there.
Something's wrong, Chief. Something's very wrong.
Deeply worried, Clark Kent replaces the telephone with a hand which is not quite steady, while Editor Perry White begins to show signs of great concern. What has happened to Lois Lane? Superman's troubles are far from over, for Lois Lane is in danger, great danger, and the story of the lost rocket is not yet completely told. Our story has taken a surprising new turn, and tomorrow it takes an even more surprising one. So be sure to tune in tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman.
Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman, very much concerned for the safety of girl reporter Lois Lane, investigates her mysterious disappearance. And as Clark Kent questions the country doctor at whose home she was last seen. Listen.
Tell me, Dr. Morrison, was Miss Lane well when she left your house?
Yes, Mr. Kent. She'd fully recovered from the effects of her experience in that fire with you.
You're sure she couldn't have had some mild form of amnesia, perhaps?
But of course, I can't be certain of anything like that. Isn't it just barely possible that she may have just gone off to some quiet place for a rest?
Oh, that isn't like Miss Lane, Doctor. I've checked all her friends. I've even checked all hospitals within a radius of 100 miles, and the police records of accidents between here and Metropolis. No, Doctor, she's disappeared. Vanished into thin air.
Gather round, everybody, and get set for some terrific excitement, because we're here with news of an offer that's strictly dynamite.
Better than dynamite, because Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, offers you a gyrocket. A zipping, zooming, flying rocket model all your own.
Right. A gyrocket that you can send streaking right out of your hand, high into the air, up over the treetops.
A gyrocket almost half a foot long, shaped of gleaming wood, streamlined to the last inch. Brilliant red or blue or yellow.
Plus a steel propeller at the stern that bites into the air, driving your gyrocket like a flash into the sky.
And it comes complete with a metal launching rod, plus a wooden rocket launcher.
Remember, this gyrocket is not a flimsy cardboard cutout, but a model of rugged steel and wood, built to take it for hundreds of launchings.
But you've got to act now, because on Friday, this terrific offer ends forever. So don't get left out of the excitement. For each gyrocket you want, just mail 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Don't delay.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, plus a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Believing his troubles were all over when he recovered the model of the lost rocket from Richard Haller and saw the red-bearded traitor crash to his death at sea, Superman discovered that a baffling development had taken place during his absence. For when he returned to Metropolis, he learned that Lois Lane, whom he had left at a country doctor's house near Haller's estate 2 nights before, had not been heard from. After reporting Lois's disappearance to Police Inspector Henderson, he streaked back to the village of Cross Junction, 100 miles from Metropolis, where we rejoin him now. In his guise of Clark Kent, mild-mannered and bespectacled reporter, he questions Dr. Morrison, the local physician, to whose house he had taken Lois after the fire in Haller's barn.
Just what time did Miss Lane leave your house yesterday morning, Dr. Morrison?
Let's see, Mr. Kent. She had breakfast with my wife and me at about 7:30. She left right afterwards. Well, that would be about 8 o'clock, I'd say.
Uh-huh. And she said she was going straight back to Metropolis?
That's right. She asked about trains, and I told her the local went through here at 8:20, made connections with the Limited at Willow Falls, so she could be in Metropolis a little past noon.
Tell me, how did she go to the station, do you know?
Yes, she walked.
Oh?
I do hope nothing's happened to her, Mr. Kent.
I'm afraid something did. Well, thanks very much, Dr. Morrison. I'm going over to the railroad station to see what I can find out there. Do you remember selling a ticket yesterday morning to a dark, attractive young lady wearing a gray suit?
No, sir. I didn't sell nobody like that a ticket yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon, any other time, mister.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Only folks took a train out of Cross Junction yesterday was Richie Evans, Mrs. Freckles. Richie, he took the 8:20 a.m. He is going to Metropolis on business. Mrs. Freckles, she went out on the 309. She's going to Evansville to visit with her daughter for a few days.
Can't understand that. Maybe she arrived too late to buy a ticket in the station. She might just have had time to catch the train.
I'd have seen her anyhow, mister. Nope, I'm telling you, she wasn't here.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much. I think I'd better check with the sheriff. The station agent seems positive Miss Lane didn't leave here by train yesterday, Sheriff,
If
but
Peter says she didn't take a train, she didn't, Mr. Kent. It's got a memory like an elephant.
Oh, and you say she didn't leave by bus.
Bus driver says so. His chart shows he picked up 2 passengers in Cross Junction yesterday. He remembers they were Sam and Sally Pruitt. That was the 11:30 bus southbound. 718 didn't pick up any passengers here.
Oh, this doesn't make sense. Look, what about a hired car or a taxi?
There ain't no place here she could hire a car, but Herb Nichols over to the garage, he sometimes take folks in his car when he's got time. They ain't got any other way to go. Suppose we walk over and ask him.
Good idea, Sheriff. Let's go.
Sure you didn't drive a young lady any place yesterday, Herb?
Yep. Didn't leave the garage all day, Sheriff. Me and Pete was working on Harry Shaler's truck.
Well, do you remember seeing a strange young woman in the village yesterday, Mr. Nichols? She's dark, quite attractive, and she was wearing a gray suit.
No, didn't see any strangers in town all week. Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
You see young lady, stranger around yesterday?
No.
I can't understand this, Sheriff. Apparently, Miss Lane didn't take a train or a bus or a taxi. That means if she left Cross Junction at all, she must have... Well, she must have gone in a strange car, and something must have happened to her.
Look, Mr. Kent. Could be maybe Miss Lane picked up a ride in some car going through the village.
No, it doesn't seem likely, Sheriff.
And you think maybe the gal was forced into the car?
If she was, she'd have put up a battle, Mr. Nichols. Take my word for that. And certainly somebody would have hurt her.
Yes, that seems likely. There's houses all along Elm Street. If she didn't leave in a car, in a train or bus, what do you suppose did happen to her?
I wish I knew, Sheriff. I'm worried. Badly worried. I'd better get along.
Come on, I'll drive you up to the railroad depot.
No, thanks, Sheriff. I can manage better alone.
Leaving the sheriff at the garage, Clark Kent secretly resumes his true identity of Superman and takes to the skyways to continue his search of the countryside in a desperate hunt for Lois Lane. Meanwhile, at an auto tourist camp on the outskirts of Metropolis, an oddly significant scene is taking place. A small boy stands on a patch of lawn set back from the highway, around which are set several identical, freshly painted little cabins. In his hands, the boy holds a slender, curiously carved wooden object, equipped with a gleaming propeller and a thin steel rod about a foot long. Slipping the rod through a slot running the length of the wooden object, he points it at the sky and thrusts sharply. Then, its propeller whirling swiftly, the sleek little projectile streaks high into the air, rising high over the treetops, and then, reaching its peak, floats gently back to Earth. As the boy rushes forward to retrieve it, a door of one of the cabins opens, and a man calls to him.
Tommy! Tommy! Supper's almost ready. Get the suitcases from the trailer and bring them in, will you?
Okay, Dad, in a minute. Hey, watch this.
Huh? Hey, what have you got there, son?
A little model rocket.
A model rocket?
Uh-huh. A kid in one of the other cabins helped me make a launching rod for it. Watch it go now, Dad. Look. Here it goes. Oh, boy, look at it climb, Dad.
Say, that's pretty good. Yeah, it went higher than that tall pine tree. Where'd you get that thing, Tommy?
I found it in our trailer.
In our trailer?
Uh-huh. It was caught in one of the folds on the canvas on the luggage rack. Here it comes down. I got it.
Here, let me see that, son.
Oh, sure, Dad. Here. See, it's modeled after the German V2, I think.
Yes, could be. Pretty neat. You say you found this in our trailer?
Yeah. Let me show you how it works, Dad. Watch me make it go up even higher this time.
Okay. But I can't understand how it got on our trailer. Wait a minute, Tommy. What's this?
What? Oh, that's the propeller.
I know that, but... L-O-I... Lois Lane.
Holy smokes. Who's that?
Why, that's the name of the girl reporter I was reading about just before... The one who disappeared.
Oh, no kidding, Dad.
Yes, quick, Tommy. Tell Mother we've got to go into town. I'll get the car started. You and I are taking this model rocket to the police. Hurry!
As the amazed boy stands for a moment with mouth agape, his father hurries to their car, the little rocket model clutched in his hand, his eyes bright with excitement. What connection does it have with the missing Lois Lane? We'll return in a moment to find out, so keep listening.
Now hold your breath. In just a second, the excitement will double.
Correct, because right this minute, you can get a rocket model exactly like the model Tommy was flying a moment ago. You can get a gyrocket, a sensational flying rocket model that streaks right from your hand high into the air. a gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal.
A gyrocket almost half a foot long, with a gleaming wood body, red or blue or yellow, slender and streamlined to the last inch.
At the power end is a steel propeller designed for rotational thrust.
Yet launching's a cinch, because your gyrocket comes complete with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just hold the launching rod in your hand, flick your arm, and your gyrocket zooms off, up over the treetops.
Get in on the fun right away. Send for several gyrockets. Get a whole rocket fleet of the future.
Right. Then challenge your friends to distance and speed contests. Race your fleet against theirs. Learn to be the rocket champ of your neighborhood.
The fact is, these gyrockets are so terrific that they're just about gone. On Friday, this offer ends forever. So act now. For each gyrocket you order, send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, together with a dime and a nickel and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Unable to find the slightest clue to Lois Lane in the countryside around Cross Junction, Superman returned to Metropolis, puzzled and heavy-hearted. But at police headquarters, once more in his familiar guise of reporter Clark Kent, he found a surprise awaiting him in the office of Inspector Henderson.
Oh, there you are, Kent. Oh, Inspector.
I was just trying to phone you.
Was that so? Anything about Miss Lane?
Yeah. Shake hands with Mr. Harris and his son, Tommy.
Harris?
Hello,
How
Mr.
you doing?
Kent.
Hello, Tommy. What about Miss Lane, Inspector?
Take a look at this.
Another rocket model. But what's that got? Wait a minute. There's something written on the propeller.
Right. It's hard to see, but you can make it out, can't you?
Wait, let's see. In great danger. Call police. Lois Lane. Great Scott, where did you get this, Inspector?
Mr. Harris just brought it in.
My boy, Tommy, found it caught in a fold of the canvas tarpaulin on our trailer, Mr. Kent.
What? Yeah, but I don't know how it got there.
Where's your trailer, Mr. Harris?
At a tourist camp out at the city limits. Place called Cabin Rest on Highway 21. You see, we're driving to Florida, and we
Thanks very much.
Hey, Kent! Wait! Hey, where are you going, Kent?
What do you suppose? Out to that trailer camp.
Well, wait for me. I want to go out there, too.
Can't wait. I'll see you there. So long.
Rushing from Inspector Henderson's office, Clark Kent prepares to streak out to the trailer camp as Superman, hoping almost against hope that he will find the missing Lois Lane there. But there is grave doubt in his mind. How did the little rocket model come to be on the Harris's trailer? And what danger is Lois involved in now? We'll learn more in tomorrow's thrill-a-minute exciting episode, fellows and girls. So be sure to listen. Don't fail to tune in tomorrow. Same time, same station, for Chapter 18 of The Lost Rocket in The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Listen. Tell me, Tommy, where did you find this rocket model?
Well, it was caught on my father's trailer.
Where were you when you discovered it?
At a tourist camp where Mom and Pop and I stopped.
What tourist camp?
Well, it's called... Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, Cabin Rest, that's it.
Cabin Rest. Where's it located?
On Highway 21, near the city line.
Thanks, son. I'll zip right out there. This may be just the break I've been looking for.
Say, I hope you like excitement, because Kellogg's Pep has something for you that's loaded with excitement. Something that flies and zooms and streaks right out of your hand into the air.
Not just an airplane, twice as exciting. Now you can get a gyrocket. Yes, an actual rocket model. A gyrocket you can send soaring up over the treetops.
Listen, this gyrocket is almost half a foot long.
It's true, almost half a foot of sleek, slender body, made of gleaming wood in brilliant red or blue or yellow.
And get this,
Your gyrocket has a steel propeller at the stern, a steel propeller that sends it biting into the air, packed with power. Too much power for indoors. Your gyrocket is designed for outdoor use only.
What's more, it comes complete with a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher. You just hold it in your hand, flick your arm, and your gyrocket shoots up, flashing into the sky.
Remember, this gyrocket is not a flimsy cardboard cutout, but solid steel and wood, built for hundreds of launchings.
Send for yours today. Race your gyrocket against those your friends have. Test yours against theirs for distance and speed.
In a few days, this offer goes off the air forever. So for each gyrocket you want, today send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Don't forget, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, plus a dime and a nickel and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. After recovering the model of the lost rocket from Richard Haller, Superman returned to Metropolis. During his absence, Lois Lane, girl reporter for the Daily Planet, had mysteriously disappeared from an upstate village where he had left her to recuperate from shock. While the Man of Steel searched vainly for Lois, a boy named Tommy Harris, en route to Florida with his father and mother, discovered a small rocket model in the trailer attached to their car. Penciled on the propeller was an SOS message signed by Lois Lane. At Metropolis Police Headquarters, Clark Kent was shown the mysterious rocket. And as Superman, he streaked to an auto tourist camp on the outskirts of the city, where young Tommy Harris had made his discovery. As we rejoin him now, high in the air, the Man of Steel searches the 8 little cabins and the countryside below.
No sign of Lois in those cabins or anywhere else around there. Down behind those trees. Down! Now, back into Clark Kent's clothes. I want to talk to the proprietor of this tourist camp.
You're certain the Harrises are the only guests you've had today, Mr. Johnson?
Of course I am, Mr. Kent. You can see here in my register.
Uh-huh.
Fact is, the Harris family are the only customers I've had all week.
Oh?
Well, it's pretty late in the year for folks to be traveling. I'm thinking of closing down till next spring.
Look, Mr. Johnson, Tommy Harris found something in his trailer after they'd been here a little while this afternoon. Something put there, or perhaps thrown there, by a young lady who has disappeared.
Well, so what?
Nothing, except I thought that object might have been dropped into the Harris trailer while it was parked here.
Don't see how that could be. Because, like I said before, except for the Harrises and me, there hasn't been a soul in these grounds all day.
Well, if that's so, then... Uh-oh. Here comes Inspector Henderson of the Metropolis Police.
Police?
Huh?
Well, now, look here, Mr. Kent. I don't want to become involved.
Relax, Mr. Johnson. You've nothing to worry about.
Hi, Kent. Find anything?
No, not a thing, Inspector. Inspector, this is Mr. Johnson. He runs this tourist camp.
Oh, hello, Mr. Johnson.
Inspector?
Mr. Johnson tells me he hasn't seen anyone other than the Harris family all week.
And that's the whole truth.
Which means Miss Lane didn't drop the little rocket into Harris's trailer here. She either did it some other place the Harrises stopped,
But
or...
they tell me this is the first stop they made since they left their house this morning.
I see. And that would indicate Miss Lane must have thrown the rocket from a passing car and it landed in Harris's trailer.
No,
Huh?
no, I can't see her a prisoner in a car being able to write a message on the propeller of a model rocket and heave it out of the window. Well, my hunch still says she's being held someplace from which she could fire this little rocket.
Yeah? Where?
That's what we've got to find out. Tommy?
Yes, Mr. Kent?
Tommy, you told me you and another boy made a launching rod for this rocket model. Is that right?
Uh-huh. You want to see it?
Please, Tommy.
Oh, I'll go get it. It's under that tree across the lawn.
Okay, come along, Inspector.
What's the idea?
I want to try a little experiment with the model to see how far it can go.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Kent. That won't
Here's
prove
the
a
launching
thing.
rod, Mr. Kent.
Thanks, Tommy. Now, we'll just slip the rocket down the rod, like this.
Now what?
Now I'm going to launch it. Here goes.
Gee, look at it go way up over the tree.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yes, went up about 100 feet. Shot straight out or downwards. Now, let's see.
with a wind behind it, it might conceivably go 4 or 5 times that far. All right, that means, if I'm right about this, Lois is somewhere within 400 or 500 feet of some road Tommy and his family drove on today.
Gee whiz.
Tommy, how did you drive here today? I mean, on what roads?
Why, I'm not sure, Mr. Kent. I know we came out on Highway 21,
21?
But before that, Dad took a lot of side roads.
He did, huh? Would your mother know?
I don't think so. She slept a good part of the trip.
All right, then I've got to talk with your father, and fast. Come on, Inspector.
Right.
Let's go out to meet him in your car. I've got a feeling there's no time to waste.
Meanwhile, another scene is taking place in a sagging, abandoned shack that stands in a patch of woods off a dirt road not far from the late Richard Haller's estate. There in the semi-darkness, broken only by the light of a flickering candle, a worried-looking man paces the uneven floor, his face unshaven, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. This is George Barton, once a rocket expert for the United States Army, now a renegade and fugitive from the FBI, as a result of having joined the red-bearded Haller in a plot to reconstruct and sell the Superman rocket to a foreign power. Suddenly, a door opens, and Barton spins about, his face contorted with fear as he holds a revolver in an unsteady hand.
Easy on that trigger, Barton. It's me.
Oh, hello, Hanson. I'm jittery, I guess.
Well, relax, pal.
Well, that's
Relax.
easy to say. But being here alone, except for that lame girl tied up in the next room, it's too much for me.
I know. But I got good news, Barton. You and me, we ain't gonna have to worry about that dame no more.
Why? What do you mean?
Sit down, and I'll tell you.
Nervously, George Barton eases himself down to a rickety chair and, sitting on its edge as if poised for flight, looks apprehensively at his companion. This doesn't look good for Lois Lane, particularly with Superman still unaware of her whereabouts. What will happen? We'll know more in a moment when we return for the exciting climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
Now you've got more thrills coming, so sneak in close to your radio and get every word that follows.
Right, because we're here with a sizzling hot offer for you. Listen.
Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, offers you a gyrocket. Yes, sir, a sensational rocket model. A gyrocket almost half a foot long. A gyrocket that streaks from your hand into the sky, up over the treetops.
When you get this gyrocket, notice the sleek, gleaming wooden body, a brilliant red or blue or yellow, slender and streamlined for minimum drag through the air.
And the steel propeller at the business end of the rocket develops maximum thrust.
That's not all. With your gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod plus a wooden rocket launcher.
Right now, send for several gyrockets. Get a whole rocket fleet of the future. Then have thrill-a-minute games with your friends. Match your fleet against theirs for speed and distance. It's excitement plus.
Remember, this terrific offer goes off the air Friday. These gyrockets are just about gone, so don't get left out. For each gyrocket you order, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. You have just 2 days more.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, together with a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. Do it today, sure. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. As Superman in his guise of Clark Kent waits anxiously at a tourist camp for information that may help lead him to Lois Lane, the girl reporter is a captive of 2 henchmen of the late Richard Haller. George Barton, once an Army expert and now a fugitive, and his companion, a man named Hanson, who has just announced that he brings good news.
Yeah, troubles are over, Barton. Everything's fine now.
What do you mean by that?
Listen, I got big news. I've been down to the village.
You showed yourself in the village? You fool, with every police officer in the state looking for us?
Relax, pal. Nobody's seen me. Besides, I don't think the cops are looking for us anymore.
Are you crazy? They want the lost rocket and Haller and everyone connected with it.
They don't want Haller anymore either.
What?
Take a look at the headline of this newspaper.
Richard Haller crashes to death at sea. Superman recovers lost rocket.
Good news, eh?
I can't believe it.
Well, it's true. And now that double-crossing rat Haller is finished and Superman has the rocket, here the cops won't care about us, see? We're in the clear.
Don't kid yourself, Hanson. We worked with Haller, so they still want us. And besides, we face another rap just as bad now, Hanson.
What do you mean?
Right now we're facing a kidnapping rap, too. Remember? And that's punishable by death in this state.
What are you talking... Oh. You mean Miss Lane?
Exactly. She's locked in the other room. If we're caught with her, it means curtains.
We don't have to get caught with her, you know.
What?
Nobody even has to know we ever saw her.
Really? How do you propose to accomplish that?
You know, Barton. You got a gun.
No, I can't. Why, that's murder. I've never done anything like that.
Okay. I'll do it. Where's that bundle of stuff we brought with you from Haller's? All them drawing tools and the little rockets.
Well, they're in the other room where Miss Lane is.
Okay, come on. I'll take care of her, and you take your stuff and bury it in the woods. Right?
All right. Let's get it over with.
Gun in hand, Hanson, followed by Barton, starts across the floor to the room in which Lois Lane, her heart thumping, presses back against the wall. Meanwhile, miles away, Superman, who has intercepted Mr. Harris and learned the route he had driven that day, is streaking northward through the skies, following a pattern of roads, his amazingly keen eyes searching every house and barn and store, every building within 500 feet of the road, the maximum distance he estimated the model rocket could fly. With only seconds remaining for Lois, will Superman find the hidden shack in which she is imprisoned? And will he arrive in time to rescue her? Tomorrow tells the story, fellows and girls, and adds a startling, shocking surprise for Superman and for you. So don't fail to be with us. Tune in, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Today, eat Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. Super as in Superman.
Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, with Superman miles away and still searching for Lois Lane, two remaining members of the late Richard Haller's gang decide her fate as they hold her prisoner in a cabin deep in the woods. Listen.
If we're caught with that Lane girl, Hanson, it's curtains for us. Because kidnapping is punishable by death in this state, you know.
Well, we don't have to be caught on that rap. Nobody even has to know we ever saw her.
Really? How do you propose to accomplish that?
Don't worry. Just give me a gun. I'll take care of her right now.
Hold on. Don't move an inch from that radio, because here comes red-hot news about a terrific offer. Yes, an offer of something that flies and zooms and streaks from your hand into the sky.
Correct, because we're offering you, now get this, a gyrocket, a terrific flying rocket model, a gyrocket almost half a foot long, A gyrocket you can launch high into the sky, up over the treetop.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's Pep, the super cereal, offers you this gyrocket on the air for 2 days more. It's yours only if you act right now. Listen.
The gyrocket itself is long, slim, and streamlined, shaped of gleaming wood, red or yellow or blue, and with a steel propeller that packs maximum power.
With your gyrocket, you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
You launch it right from your hand. A flick of your arm and off it streaks.
But this terrific offer ends on the air tomorrow, so don't miss out. Send for your gyrocket today, right now.
To get your gyrocket, send 15 cents and a Kellogg's Pep box top to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York.
Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a box top from Kellogg's Pep, together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, and your name and address clearly printed to Superman, Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A small flying model of a rocket, discovered by a boy in his family's auto trailer, is the only clue to the whereabouts of Lois Lane, girl reporter, who has mysteriously disappeared. Nothing was heard from her until the little rocket bearing her written appeal for help was turned in to the police. Certain that Lois had somehow managed to launch the model rocket, which had fortunately landed in the trailer, Superman streaked back over the route traveled by the vehicle's owners, examining every building within a radius of 500 feet of the road, the maximum flight distance of the rocket model. But despite his desperate efforts, he has not yet met with success.
No sign of Lois yet. But I must find her. I must. Away!
Meanwhile, hiding out in a shack in the woods, two members of the late Richard Haller's gang, George Barton and Lou Hanson, learned that Haller was dead. Believing the police were no longer searching for them, they decided to do away with Lois Lane, whom they had been holding as a hostage, and leave the hideout. Now, gun in hand, Hanson, followed by Barton, approaches the door of the room in which the girl reporter is imprisoned.
She locked the door, Barton.
No, there's no lock on the door. She must be blocking it.
Oh, yeah? I'll fix that. It's funny, I can't budge it.
What's the matter with you, Hanson? Let me at it.
Hey, wait a minute. She probably braced a chair under the doorknob. Open the door, Miss Lane. Open it or I'll bust it down. Come on, open it, I said.
You better do as we say, Miss Lane. We mean business. Why doesn't she say something?
I don't know. Look, do you suppose she got away?
Impossible. There's no window in that room. And I was here all the time you were gone.
Well, something's fishy.
Well, maybe she's just playing possum. Let's try her again. Look here, Miss Lane. If you make us break this door down, it's going to go hard on you.
You're wasting your time. If you've got any sense at all, you'll let me alone and try to get away. The police are looking for me. And when they find me, it's all over for you.
Yes, she's right, Hanson. She's right. Maybe we'd better...
Come on, give me a hand and we'll bust it down. We've got to get rid of her. Okay. There. It's starting to give. We'll have it open in a minute.
Well, I've covered most of the distance that auto trailer traveled, and still no sign of Lois. If I don't find her in the next few minutes, it means I was wrong about this, or else that I'm too late. I guess Wait a minute. Seems to be something in those woods ahead. I'd better take a look. Away!
Once more, Hanson. The door's almost off the hinges.
Yeah. This'll do it.
There. That does it, Hanson. Now, Miss Lane.
Don't. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Let her have it, Hanson.
Yeah, right now. Goodbye, miss.
I'll take that gun.
What?
Superman!
Right, Miss Lane. Now, gentlemen.
Look out! Superman!
Shoot, Hanson. Shoot.
You two are all through shooting.
Shoot him, Hanson.
Get him off me. Go.
Oh,
you don't believe me, eh? Well, maybe this will convince you. Number one. Now, you, Mr. Bart. No. There we are, Miss Lane. Now, let's get these two. What? Wait a minute. Steady. I've got you. There.
I'm sorry. The strain and excitement.
Of course. I understand.
But I'm all right now.
Good girl. Now, you just sit down here while I rope up our two little playmates. Then you and I will deliver them to the police.
Trussing up the unconscious Barton and Hanson, Superman carries them and Lois Lane to Metropolis Police Headquarters. Then, after adding his statement to Lois's and seeing Barton and Hanson locked in cells, the Man of Steel disappears. A short time later, once more in his guise of Clark Kent, mild-mannered and bespectacled reporter, he sits in Editor Perry White's office at the Daily Planet and listens wide-eyed to Lois's recital of her recent adventure.
And I don't mind telling you, this time I really thought it was all up with little Lois. But then Superman showed up and... Oh, I still get weak when I think what almost happened.
Oh, no wonder, you poor kid.
Yeah, but look, Lois, you said there was no window in that room. How did you get the rocket out?
Oh, I thought I told you, Chief.
Oh.
There was a hole in the wall near the ceiling. I imagine a stovepipe used to go through it.
Uh-huh.
And I just stood on a chair and launched the little rocket right through the hole. Must have tried for hours before I managed to send 3 rockets flying through. You see, I tried to time them for when I heard a car coming on the road nearby.
Well, you certainly were lucky to have one land in that trailer.
Oh, you're not kidding, Clark.
But where'd you get all the rockets and the launching rod or whatever it is you needed?
Oh, they were Barton's. He's a rocket expert, you know, and he had about 24 models and a lot of drawings in a big suitcase in the room.
But how come that
Just
he...
a minute, Chief. As I get it, Lois, you were up in the woods when Barton and Hanson caught you and decided to hold you for a hostage in case the police caught up with them, right?
Yes, that's right.
Well, how did you get up there? I mean, Superman left you at Dr. Morrison's house in Cross Junction, and then, well, you just seemed to disappear into thin air.
Well, I picked up a lift in a car going north.
North?
Mm-hmm.
But Metropolis is south of Cross Junction.
That's right. But after I left Dr. Morrison's house, I changed my mind about returning to Metropolis.
Oh?
Yes, I knew that I had my hands on a terrific story. But I had to go back up to Richard Haller's place in the woods to verify it.
Well, what story?
Well, if you're referring to the lost rocket yarn, Lois, Kent wrapped that one up himself after Haller crashed to his death at sea and Superman recovered the model and plans.
Well,
Come to think of it, I really ought to split my byline with you, Lois. You did help some.
Oh, thank you very much, Clark, but don't bother. You see, I got a story that I went after, and it makes yours read like a weather report.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? What story are you talking about, Lois?
This, Chief, is the biggest scoop this paper ever published,
What?
or any paper for that matter. There's never been anything like
Well,
it.
come on.
And you,
What it
too,
is.
Clark. You just get set for the shock of your young life.
Yes, Lois Lane is right. Editor Perry White and Clark Kent are in for the shock of their lives. And we'll be back in a moment to tell you about it, so keep listening.
Now, here's the biggest excitement scoop in years. A story of thrill-a-minute fun. Because for only 2 days more, we're offering you a Gyrocket, a terrific flying rocket model. A Gyrocket from Kellogg's Pep.
Yes, sir, a Gyrocket almost half a foot long that streaks from your hand, zooming into the sky up over the treetop.
Your Gyrocket has a slender wood body in brilliant red or yellow or blue. It's streamlined and sleek.
And a steel propeller at the stern loads the Gyrocket with amazing thrusts.
Yet launching's a cinch, because with your Gyrocket you get a metal launching rod and a wooden rocket launcher.
You hold the launching rod in your hand, flick your arm, and your Gyrocket streaks up high into the sky.
Now's the time to join the fun. Get several Gyrockets. You can be the captain of a whole rocket fleet of the future.
Right. Then have thrilling contests with your friends, trials for speed and accuracy and distance. Practice up so you can learn to be the rocket champ of your neighborhood.
Now listen carefully. For each Gyrocket you want, today send 15 cents and a box top from Kellogg's Pep to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York.
But you've got to act right now. The supply of gyrockets is almost gone, so don't get left out.
Tomorrow, this great offer ends on the air forever. Remember, you can't buy this gyrocket anywhere. The only way to get it is to send a Kellogg's Pep box top together with 15 cents, a dime and a nickel, plus your name and address clearly printed to Superman. Box 124, New York 8, New York. This offer is limited to the United States.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. In Editor Perry White's office in the Metropolis Daily Planet, Lois Lane has just warned the gray-haired editor and Clark Kent to prepare for the shock of their lives when they hear the scoop story she is about to unfold.
Here, Lois, just what is this world-shaking scoop you're talking about?
Just wait until you hear it.
Well, come on. What is it? Let's have it. Sure.
Not so fast, Chief. Don't rush me.
Oh.
After all, it is a bit of a shock to find out that one of your best friends, one whom you've known and worked with side by side for years, has been leading a double life.
What's that? Who's been leading a double life?
Oh, Clark knows.
I do? What are you talking about, Lois?
It's no use, Clark. I know everything.
But, no, listen.
You know everything about what? Will you please make sense? What in thunder is this all about?
It's very simple, Chief. It's so simple that we never even guessed it, even though it's been under our noses all this time.
What's been under our noses? For the love of heaven, will you stop beating around the bush and get to the point?
All right, I will. But just get ready for a shock.
No, wait, Lois, don't...
You see, Chief, Clark Kent is Superman.
Triumphantly, Lois Lane points her finger at Clark Kent, whose face slowly drains of color while Perry White's mouth gapes open. As we know, Lois is right. Kent is Superman. But how did Lois find out, and can she prove it? Richard Haller, who came closer than anyone else in the world to revealing Superman's double identity, is dead. But now Lois says she knows the secret. Will Superman's great secret really be revealed now? Don't miss tomorrow's 10th episode, when we begin another of Superman's exciting adventures. Be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for a new and thrilling story on The Adventures of Superman.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Super Cereal. This program came from New York. Now listen for Captain Midnight, which follows in a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.